Good morning. My name is David Borak. I'm the designated federal officer for the Secretary of Energy Advisory Board, or SEAB. I'd like to welcome you all to the October 25th, 2022 SEAB meeting. This is my first SEAB meeting. I'm very excited to be here. I started a detail with the Secretary's office in August, and I'm coming to you from the Office of Environmental Management, where I manage a lot of advisory boards, including one here in Oak Ridge, the Oak Ridge Site-Specific Advisory Board. I'm very excited about this job. I will say I think my parents are more excited about this job than I am. For many years, I worked in the Office of Environmental Management, and they really didn't know what I did for a living. And so they were, of course, very proud of me, but they didn't quite understand what I did. But now they're very excited. They're both huge fans of the secretary, and they're very excited about the work that I'm going to do. But I will say, once I started this job, the first week, my mom called me and she said, you know, your boss was on Stephen Colbert last night. And I said, yeah. And she was quiet. And I said, what? And she said, well, she didn't mention you. And so I had to explain that national energy policy was more important than my job here. But I'm sure my parents will be very proud of the agenda we have here today. It should be a very exciting day. Before we get started, this is a Zoom call, and it's being recorded, and it may be posted on the DOE website and used internally. If you do not wish to have your voice recorded, please do not speak during the call or disconnect now. If you do wish to have your image recorded, if you do not wish to have your image recorded, please turn off your camera and participate only by phone. If you speak during the meeting or use a video connection, you are presumed to consent to the use of your voice or image, and this recording will be posted to the DOE SEAB website. I want to thank everyone here in Oak Ridge. Dr. Zachariah and his team have been amazing hosts. We had an amazing tour yesterday, and everything has gone really well. And I want to thank the members of SEAB who have welcomed me and been so kind and patient with me while I go through all this. And I want to thank the DOE staff back at home who've also helped me in all the work I'm doing. Oriana Tannenbaum and Angel Johnson back at home manning the home base and have helped out. And I really want to thank Karen Skelton, the Secretary's senior advisor, who has really been a mentor to me these last few months and has been extremely patient with the work that I'm doing, and I really appreciate it. And to thank all of you members too who have welcomed me, and I really appreciate that. And Katie Brown at the Oak Ridge is my contact here in Oak Ridge, and she has kind of set up everything for this day, and it's been great. And Jennifer Schell has also helped out, so I really appreciate all the help that we're having here. Soon, Dr. Bajundar will be going through all the agenda for the content for this meeting. Please know that we do our best to stick to the time at the meeting, but we may go over or under depending on what happens during the day. Copies of all the meeting materials will be available on the SEAB website. According to the Federal Advisory Committee Act, we'll maintain a public comment period later this afternoon. At this point, 3 members of the public have registered for public comment. But if you're interested in making a public comment and you're online now, please let us know in the chat. I'd like to welcome the members of the public and the press to today's call. And please note that only SEAB members are allowed to ask questions during today's call. And if members of the press have questions for any DOE speaker or presenter, please direct questions to the DOE Office of Public Affairs or send it to me and I can direct it. I would like to take roll now officially for all of our members and federal officials. Chris Lawrence, who had this job before me, reminded me the mistake he made, and never forget to make sure to ask for the secretary to say roll before we get to anyone. So Madam Secretary, just to assure that you are here.
I'm here. Can you hear me? Yes?
We can't
No?
hear you.
You can hear me. Okay, good.
Fantastic. I'm going to go back and forth between people who are virtual and people who are here in person. Trenton Allen.
Here.
Norman Bay.
Here.
John DeBeery,
Here.
Carrie Dugan,
Present.
Brian Garcia,
Present.
Phil Giudice,
Here.
Paula Gold Williams,
Here.
Dr. Shirley Ann Jackson,
Present.
Dr. Arun Amajundar,
Here.
Maria Pope,
Here.
Adriana Quintero,
Present.
Michael Skelly,
Here.
and I think I got everyone. Yes. So by my count, we have 12 members accounted for. Again, I want to thank all the members of SEAB for their many hours of volunteering their time here at the Secretary of Energy Advisory Board. And I want to turn it back over to Arun.
Thank you, David. And what a fantastic way to start a SEAB meeting with a tribute to your parents. So please give them our regards on behalf of SEAB. This is the 5th SEAB meeting. We're following up from the previous meeting at Argonne National Lab. And first of all, I just want to I'm going to start by thanking David, Karen, Oriana, and others in the Secretary's team who have been working with us continuously behind the scenes to get this all going and bring us all together. I also want to thank Thomas Zachariah, Susan Hubbard, and the whole Oak Ridge team for hosting us over here. I'm going to hear soon from Dr. Zachariah, who's the director of the lab. Let me perhaps just point out a few things which are, I think, in many ways historic. We always say that every moment that we live is a historic moment, but this is I would say, historic and transformational moment. We have the Inflation Reduction Act that was passed in August, and before that, the infrastructure bill. If you put these together, I think it's fair to say this is transformational for our nation. And for the Department of Energy, it has offered the authorization as well as the resources to really transform this nation. The Department of Energy has always been an organization for fundamental science and research and technologies in a variety of directions, variety of areas. And the national labs are often called the crown jewels, as they are, where this happens, but also happens in universities and some businesses, et cetera. What we are now seeing with these two bills, and perhaps others coming down the line, is I would say, filling the continuum from research to solutions. And these are solutions for the American people. Solutions for access to affordable and reliable energy. Solutions that will make the United States competitive globally and secure at the same time. So this is the time that we're living in, and this is a transformational time for the Department of Energy. And the responsibility is there for the Secretary and her team and for all of us to help the team make this transformation possible. So we are, on behalf of SEAB, I would say we are, as SEAB members, we're honored to be part of SEAB at this moment. And it is our job, the SEAB job, is to really help the Secretary and her team be as successful as possible to work on behalf of the American people. So we have a terrific program. We are picking up from where we left off at Argonne National Lab, and we've had several discussions in between. At Argonne, we focused on grid resilience. We had a lot of discussion on that, on reliability and resilience of the electric grid, and other discussions. We will continue on those discussions later on today with some lessons learned and actually what happened in the heat waves, in the Western heat wave that we faced. And we have Elliot Mainzer, Maria Pope, our own Maria Pope, and Christopher Davis from the Department of Energy speaking. And we wanted to double down on the grid theme and talk about grid scale storage And we have a terrific team that's coming later on some of the world's experts who are here to speak about grid scale storage of different kinds. And then we'll have a discussion later on after that. We are going to have a public comment period, which is very important for us to listen to what the public has to say. And they have raised some very important points in all the meetings before. And we just want to give enough time for that, for us to listen to the public. So that's kind of the agenda. But again, it is our job to help the secretary and her team. And we are going to listen. The working groups that we've had, we are discussing some recommendations that we will be making later on, but that's in discussion right now. And we are likely to form some new working groups looking at what's going on in the transformation that we are living through right now. So that's kind of the quick report on behalf of the SEAB. And next in line, I just want to again thank the Oak Ridge team for hosting us. And I want to invite Dr. Zachariah, the director of the Oak Ridge National Lab, to say a few words about the lab and tell us what's going on.
Well, thank you, Arun. And I want to take this opportunity to welcome the SEAB to Oak Ridge National Laboratory. And thank you, Madam Secretary, for your leadership. And I now know what it takes to have the Secretary visit the lab is to invite SEAB. So I want to invite you to come back to Oak Ridge National Laboratory. As I reflect on my 35-year career at this laboratory, I've almost spent 50% of the lab's existence at this laboratory, starting my career as a postdoc. And when I came here, I came for 2 years. It is surreal for me to stand in front of you as the director of Oak Ridge National Laboratory, the storied institution. Right? I mean, we consider Eugene Wigner as our first director. So those are pretty heady names and reputations and contributions. At the same time, I look at the next decade and I see tremendous opportunity. Arun just mentioned, bipartisan infrastructure law and IRA. I think that climate change and energy transitions are the most compelling challenge facing humanity. And the 17 labs, the system of laboratories the DOE has a unique and compelling opportunity to be counted, to contribute. And to some extent, I hearken back to the Manhattan Project days and how this laboratory came to being, which is in a similar moment when the country needed DOE, its predecessor, and the lab system to translate nascent idea from a Chicago pile to a working, continuously operated nuclear reactor in about a year is something that we can only imagine. I don't know whether we can even imagine today. So it's possible. It is in our DNA. It's in our experience base to take on compelling challenges and go from ideas to innovation and to reality. And so that's the moment that is facing the DOE, the nation, and indeed the system of labs. And Oak Ridge National Laboratory is well positioned to support DOE's mission. And with Secretary's leadership, welcome Undersecretary Richmond. Thank you for your leadership. And so we look forward to contributing. And our staff, I think people will do their life's work in the next decade or two. And that's a really amazing opportunity. So welcome to Oak Ridge National Laboratory. And if you have not been to other labs, this is an amazing group of scientific institutions. And what I think what's unique about the laboratory system is that we take on really difficult problems that require team science, teams of disparate people from different disciplines to come together And we partner with industry, academia, and of course, our sister labs. So if you've seen Oak Ridge, you're beginning to get a glimpse of what is the art of the possible. So thank you very much for being here. It's such a pleasure to host you. I hope you had a really good visit to the labs. Certainly our staff was energized by your visit. So thank you. I hope you have a wonderful visit.
Thank you, Dr. Zachariah, and for the introduction and actually putting Oak Ridge and our discussion out here in a historical context of how Oak Ridge really started and provided the freedom and the and sort of how it shaped the world during World War II and beyond. So thank you for that historic context. It is now my pleasure to introduce someone who doesn't need much introduction, and that is the Secretary of Energy, Jennifer Granholm. Secretary Granholm, thank you for your leadership. Thank you for your service. And you are leading the Department of Energy and serving on behalf of the American people at this really transformational time. And we greatly appreciate all the things that you're doing and your energy and energizing us and your impatience to get things done. And we really appreciate all of that. And so with that, I just want to hand the table to you, the mic to you for your remarks and an update from the Department of Energy.
Great. Thank you so much, Arun. Everybody, thank you for being there, and those on screen as well. For those who may be tuning in, I was there yesterday, but was called back to the department. So I apologize for joining you virtually. There was no way around it. But I will be with you for the fullness of this meeting, and I'm grateful for that. Dr. Zachariah, I don't know if you're still there, but thank you so much for hosting us, for your great leadership of the lab. We are so, I feel so bittersweet. I'm happy for you that you have announced that you're retiring at the end of this year, but feel so jealous on behalf of losing you. The department really has, I have really, really appreciated the connection with Oak Ridge and your incredible leadership. And I know that this new chapter, whatever it's going to be, you will be, I'm sure, very effective in whatever way that is. And let's hope that the person who follows you, who has big shoes to fill, is capable as you are of filling them. So I do want to thank David, welcome you so much, to welcome you to this new role. And next time we get together, you and I are going to call your mom, and I will apologize to you for not mentioning you on Colbert, but know that having her know that how grateful we are for your decision to do this. We really are. So, and of course, Karen, her incredible leadership and insight, and Oriana helping out, and everybody who has been a part of this. Thank you so much. And I also want to thank one of our SEAB members who's not with us, I don't think, Priscilla Almodovar, who has had to leave the board to become the CEO of Fannie Mae starting in December. Priscilla, congratulations. And we want to thank her for her service. Our loss, of course, is Fannie Mae's gain. What a big job that is. So I only have a few remarks, and then happy to open it up to questions. So think about that. But for just a few minutes, I just want to set the stage, as Arun really has done. But from my perspective, you know, we brought everybody to Oak Ridge for the fall meeting to showcase the innovation side of the house, cutting edge innovation, certainly at one of our crown jewels, as Arun has said, the labs, and Oak Ridge in particular. And you all know that when President Biden took office, he really did pledge to take U.S. investment in science and in innovation back to these historic levels. And I am really delighted to say to you, promises made, promises kept. He is investing, and I'll get to that in 1 second. But I did want to reflect on both Arun's comments and Dr. Zachariah's comments, Thomas's comments, about this notion of this moment, at this moment, for us all to be serving. We at DOE have never had the resources that we have now to do the deployment side, which of course is the most impactful thing we can do for climate change in the immediate. We feel that the tide has shifted both externally and internally toward accelerated deployment and accelerated, obviously, research and development, leading to the next generation of technologies that we'll be deploying. In this moment, we do feel this sense of urgency. We have, as of today on my board, 553 days left that we know of in this administration. That's what we have in hand. And we feel this enormous sense of deploy, 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 after we have demonstrated, and we will be executing on this with your help. On top of the bipartisan infrastructure law, obviously, which was passed last year, I call that the backbone of this trilogy of laws that have given DOE this momentum. But the bipartisan infrastructure law is the backbone. Now we've had it on the books for almost a year. And on top of that, we passed, of course, the Chips and Sciences Act in July. That's the brains of this agenda, which authorizes $50 billion for DOE's Office of Science to help us improve our facilities and advance game-changing technologies like fusion energy and AI and quantum computing, and positions America to solve the biggest problems and lead industries of the future. So the Chips and Science Act makes additional investments in our national labs. But as I mentioned, it was an authorization, and now we have to get an appropriation attached to it for the science investments. The CHIPS investments, the act also invests in fabrication facilities for microchips, and you're seeing that happen all across the country. All of these announcements about these facilities popping up because of the incentives in there. But now we've got to complete the second part of that, which is to get appropriations for the investments in the labs. And as many of you know, the Chips and Science Act also creates this foundation for energy security and innovation, and that's going to create new ways for external experts and organizations to work with the Department of Energy. But after the backbone, the bipartisan infrastructure law, the brains, the Chips and Science Act, now we have the lungs, which is the Inflation Reduction Act. As you all, I know Ali Nouri was on with you yesterday, or came to speak to you yesterday, and talked about the specifics of that. Another $1.5 billion for science. And part of that yesterday, we attended a groundbreaking for a new isotope center at ORNL, which is getting $75 million. But the biggest game changer in the Inflation Reduction Act is what it's going to do for climate action. The tax credits for this whole host of clean energy technologies, so that companies have the certainty that they need to invest and produce those technologies, and gives families the lowering of costs for real people, gives them the kind of help that makes installing those technologies in their homes and reaping the savings on their energy bills makes it a no-brainer. So not only is the IRA going to help us lower the cost for families and create jobs for workers and build supply chains and bring manufacturing back to the United States and improve the health of communities. But, you know, as Bill Gates said last week, the IRA makes reaching our climate goals feasible without assuming a miracle. And that is so important. So in the past 3 months, we've taken leaps and bounds forward on the president's clean energy and innovation priorities, but now comes the real work, which of course is implementation. We're actually calling this the season of implementation at DOE. So last week, for example, we announced the biggest tranche of funding that's gone out the door from the bipartisan infrastructure law, which is $2.8 billion for battery manufacturing grants in 12 different states. And those were really focused on not the assembly of the batteries, not the assembly or the production of the cells, but really the precursors, the anodes, cathodes, separator material, electrolytes, et cetera. We want to make sure that every American knows about these tax credits for clean energy in their homes as a separate matter, how to qualify, who to work with, how to save money. We want to use this historic investment to get exponentially more private capital off the sidelines. We got to speed, as we keep saying, deployment, but the private sector, this is private sector led, government enabled, but we want to unleash the Kraken of the private sector, the invisible hand. We want to get it going so that we can really see that deployment. And of course, create millions of jobs, high quality jobs, good paying jobs, access to a union. And of course, through all of this, we want to make sure that we get your feedback, you, the SEAB, get your feedback, and the public as well, your feedback and your guidance. All of the funding opportunity announcements that will be coming out and that have been coming out from our bipartisan infrastructure law have been preceded by requests for information for stakeholders and others to have input on how they are shaped, or notices of intent, again, to get feedback about how they are shaped. Now that a lot of that work, that precursor work, has been done from the bipartisan infrastructure law, now you'll see all these funding opportunity announcements come out. But we still continuously need to improve. These are new programs. And so we know we're going to have to tweak them along the way to make sure that they are efficient in giving taxpayers the biggest bang for their buck, and of course doing the maximum that we possibly can to address the great crisis that's before us, which is the climate crisis. So I want to thank you for all the work that you've done this summer on grid modernization and resilience. We want to continue that kind of applied thinking as we collaborate with you this fall and this winter. You're our eyes and our ears on the ground, and the sectors that you all represent are all the sectors that we want to engage as this implementation continues of this historic legislation. So thank you all so much for being here. Happy to have a chat or answer any questions that you'd like to ask.
Well, thank you, Madam Secretary, for giving that update and the words of wisdom that you just laid out in front of us. This is time for some Q&A. So if you have any questions, you can raise your name tag like this, and we just go around. Maybe I could start a little bit by asking you on the international front. Clearly, we're seeing the security situation now in Europe, and they are going to face some pretty severe challenges in the winter, et cetera. Maybe if you could just comment on the work of the Department of Energy on the international front, not just for clean energy, but on the security side, which I know the Department of Energy has a lot of equity in that as well.
Yeah, thanks, Arun. It's a really great question. I'm obsessed with it, almost as obsessed as I am with long duration storage. But I think it is really critical to recognize that we are undergoing right now a geopolitical realignment around energy, and the war and Putin's invasion has caused countries to take sides, really. And so we are determining who are our allies in this battle from a national security, but you can't decouple energy security from national security at this moment. This is why the president declared an emergency when he released the 1 million barrels per day from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve to try to increase energy supply, obviously oil supply, to try to stabilize markets. We believe so strongly about energy security as part of the urgency of what we are doing, so that the United States is not finding itself reliant on countries whose values we don't share, whether it is for the fuel itself or for supply chains for the products that we need. So energy security is critical for the United States, but also for our allies. Our allies in Europe, we know, you all seen it, you're reading the stories, are accelerating their clean energy push, even as we all have to call for an increase in fossil fuel production because of the price of oil, and certainly in Europe, the price of natural gas. We know that that is a temporary thing. We know that we know that oil and gas are going to be around for a long time, but in terms of our emphasis on the increase in production on fossil fuel, it is coupled with an emphasis on increase increasing our deployment of clean energy for our energy security's sake. So globally, what DOE has been doing is re-establishing our alliances with countries whose values we share to be able to what Janet Yellen has called friend shoring, identify the parts of the supply chains for these clean energy technologies that we will be doing, and identify who of our allies can be partnered with us to bring in trusted supplies from countries that we know we won't have to worry about holding us hostage for energy's sake. So for both on increasing supply so that we can make sure that we've got enough access, but also our allies do, but also on accelerating clean energy, we have been really aggressive. And the one part that I want to mention that may have a relationship with the new foundation as well is something we've called Net Zero World. I may have mentioned this to a couple of you in the past, but Net Zero World is the Department of Energy's use of our national labs to partner with countries who have net zero ambitions and who may not have access to the technology pathways research that the national labs have. And so we have identified a number of countries that have raised their hands and have said, we want to partner with the Department of Energy and the national labs to create those pathways. Those are largely being done under the umbrella of the National Renewable Energy Lab, but also with the other labs as well, feeding in, depending on what the country's technology path, what the most promising technology pathways are from various countries. So so it's part of our effort as well to make sure that we have allies who we can count on and who can count on us, but it's also part of our way of getting financial investment in those countries to build out their next, their clean energy future. Without a roadmap, a technology roadmap that's been produced by a world-class research entity like NREL or Oak Ridge or any of our labs, without that, then investors may not have boots on the ground to know what good investments might exist in certain countries that are allies with us, but they just need some help in deciding which kinds of technologies they may want to invest in. So it's a precursor to getting more investment, particularly in aspiring and developing nations who have strong climate ambitions, and using the technology of our national labs to help a lot of these countries. That the reason why I connected to our foundation is because we are in fact going to be raising additional funds from philanthropies to be able to fund this effort. It's about $10 million to do a technology roadmap per country that we have identified to be able to fund the research for that. So all of that, long answer, but to a really important question. Thank you, Arun.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. And later on in the day, the SEAB meeting, we are going to discuss grid scale storage, which, as you know, is of deep interest not only to the United States, but around the world. So this is a global issue as well. So let's move on to the next question. Brian?
Madam Secretary, good morning. Brian Garcia with the Connecticut Green Bank. It feels like this year we've all really got a sense of the wrath of climate change. You know, we've seen wildfires, drought, hurricanes, flooding like never before. And we're learning more and more about the DOE's efforts in Puerto Rico. Can you talk a little bit more about what's happening in Puerto Rico?
Yeah, thanks for that. The president, when he visited Puerto Rico after Hurricane Fiona, asked that the Department of Energy lead the effort to accelerate the rebuilding of Puerto Rico's grid. And because we had, with the National Renewable Energy Lab, begun one of these technology pathways with Puerto Rico, it's called PA 100, meaning PR 100, Puerto Rico 100, going to their aspiration to get to 100% clean electricity. And so that study has been going on for about 9 months now, and they are going to be presenting to the leadership committee, which includes community organizations as well as governmental entities and utilities, et cetera, 4 potential pathways for how Puerto Rico can meet its aspirations on December 6th. That's an important predicate to how we will be moving forward. Now, I will say, having just visited there last week, going back next week, that there's a lot of work to do in Puerto Rico. Number one, there are issues that are on the Puerto Rico side in terms of making sure that we are removing the barriers to getting the money flowing that Puerto Rico already has from FEMA and from HUD to be able to help rebuild Puerto Rico generally, not just the grid, but in overall. But there's been slowness on the US side as well as on the Puerto Rico side. And that a lot of those hurdles are hurdles, at least within the US's control, that we will be working on. A lot of duplication of permitting requirements, a lot of waste in the value stream, I'll say, that could be absolutely sped up and moved forward much more quickly. The president has tasked us with this, and I know he has a very strong belief that we should be accelerating, we meaning the efforts of the US government in helping Puerto Rico should be accelerating, and we will be doing that. One of the 4 pathways that I described, they range from a more centralized grid to a more distributed grid, I think, and in between. I'm not going to get ahead of them, but generally there will be decisions to be made about how much distributed deployment of rooftop solar, for example, there will be, versus how much is focused on more grid scale, centralized clean energy. And at the same time, how much backup is necessary in the immediate of, liquefied natural gas or some backup generation that will allow them to get through the next couple of hurricane seasons as we build out the clean energy portion of the grid, which will get to 100%. So those questions are all the ones that we'll be grappling with. We absolutely want to promote distributed solutions and microgrids on the island. That won't happen tomorrow, obviously, because you can't build it out in one day, but that's sort of the push is to really incorporate this in this strategy of having a strong energy system that serves baseload power for businesses, et cetera, like the pharmaceutical industry, and what citizens want, which is backup or maybe even primary power that includes rooftop solar in a distributed way so they can control their own destiny. Those are the issues that we'll be pushing forward with great urgency.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Maybe I could, there's a question online. I think Maria Pope.
Thank you, Arun, and thank you, Madam Secretary. As you look into Eastern Europe, as well as what's happening globally, back at home where we've seen rising energy prices, in particular natural gas prices, as well as curtailments on supply, what are your concerns and what should we be doing about this coming winter?
Wait, I'm sorry. The first part of your question was for us or for
us in the United States?
Okay.
A tremendous concern over the amount of energy supply, both electricity and gas, as well as rising costs.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a couple of things that have to happen, and a lot of that, as you might imagine, it relates to fuel supply. So, for example, not your area, but in the Northeast, we know that there is historically a real bottleneck and a lack of ease to supply fuel to the Northeast. Largely, that's because communities understandably have said we don't want pipelines. And so they've blocked a lot of that flow. And in some cases, they've actually blocked the flow of, referendums, et cetera, have blocked the ability of us to get hydroelectric power, for example, to the Northeast. So these constraints have really put a real problem in certain areas of the country. So in the Northeast, it's of course natural gas and distillates for diesel, et cetera, and home heating oil. That is difficult. We have a supply of about 1 million barrels. The Northeast home heating supply, but it's not optimal. We will consider in emergency cases, there's, been a lot of talk about waiving the Jones Act, et cetera, which is, for those who are watching or listening, it's a law that prevents us from moving shiploads of fuel into non-US flag ships into ports. And we, if is an emergency, we'll consider those, as we have been considering waivers to the Jones Act on a case-by-case basis. But ultimately, what we need is for the oil and gas industry to increase their stocks, their fuel stocks in areas where it is low. And so for those areas, if they are 50% below, the 5-year average, that is concerning to us. And so we have been calling upon the oil and gas industry in particular, for the distillates and for oil to and for natural gas to increase their supply. On the oil and gas side, on the oil side, we have, one of the things that the president did last week, I believe it was last week, was to say we must provide some certainty to the oil industry for product to be sold out of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, that it will be sold at a fixed price so that you have the confidence and your investors have the confidence that you can drill, because your product will be purchased and purchasable at a profit, but still at a savings to the taxpayers, since the price has been so high. And so that certainty, the president was, and calling for an increased investment in production, that certainty was part of what the intent was, to increase production, particularly as we see this real crunch in distillates, which can be used either for diesel or for home fuel. But we also have, as you know, a real crimp in refining as well. And the fact that so many refineries have shut down, not just in the United States, but globally during COVID, is a problem. It is another part of the bottleneck of supply of fuel. On the electricity side, this is why it is so critical for us to continue the work on permitting, releasing, and opening up the access to the queue and getting transmission out and in the ground so that we can move electrons in a much more rapid fashion, or move them at all. So the next piece of the president's agenda has been his call for permitting reform. I know that Senator Manchin had a version of permitting reform, which of course would address partially the transmission side of things, but as well as a number of other permitting reforms that are necessary to get deployment on public lands, et cetera. But that has not happened yet. And so we are hopeful that in this next period, perhaps after the election, we will see permitting reform that allows us to accelerate the deployment of transmission and any other blockage, like permitting blockages, that allow for the movement of electricity around the country.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Your leadership is very impressive on these matters.
Madam Secretary, if I could just follow up and with that moment in history that we were talking about earlier, and ask the question, if you step back for a moment from all this, the changes and the infrastructure bill and the Inflation Reduction Act and CHIPS Act, et cetera, it's fair to say that we are in a once in a century transition, because our energy infrastructure, whether it's electricity or transportation or oil and gas, they've been around about 120 years, all of this. And so now we are changing it, and this is a much needed change and modernization of this. So this is a massive change. Sometimes it's hard to kind of comprehend how big this is. And you were a governor before. We have seen you in action and engaging with the American people. And you are a natural, your instincts are to serve the American people and understand where they are. And my question to you is that, given the change that we are embarking on, and your understanding of where the people are today, if you could connect the dots for us on some of the opportunities and frankly challenges that you see ahead in serving the American people and connecting where are they today and are they on board this big energy transition that we are embarking on?
Yeah, thanks, Arun. I mean, that makes me immediately think of making sure that we get the messaging right for people. This is the message about being having America be free of reliance upon nations whose values we do not share for our energy, that we are energy independent. Now, that language has been used by the fossil fuel industry, but it should be used by the clean energy side as well. I mean, we can be energy independent. And ironically, because oil is traded on a global market, there's no control over where those molecules go. But with respect to clean energy, there absolutely is. And when I speak, I mean, to your first point the first question that you asked about energy security, that, I mean, people want to be free of being under the thumb of any other nation. They want to take pride in America and an American production of our energy. So that's number one, is tying it to sort of American pride and American know-how and the freedom. When you put on top of that, lowering the costs, then it becomes an irresistible argument. So if you describe for people how much the price of solar and of wind have dropped and how they are in comparison to other forms of energy, especially as natural gas prices continue to shoot up, that becomes sort of a second peg in the argument. And then the third peg is this notion of bringing back manufacturing of all manner of products. Now, we have, I mean, Maria knows this, you all know this, we have a huge problem with transformers. We don't build them in America. I mean, there's one company, Virginia company, that manufactures transformers, but and so we got a huge supply chain bottleneck. Well, we should be building soup to nuts, the supply chain for our transmission grid and our solar panels and our, and our batteries for electric vehicles. And if we can't get the soup or the nuts, then we should be allied with countries that are close to us to be able to achieve those supplies. All of that is happening under the context of this Inflation Reduction Act, but people love the idea of, especially, I can just tell you from being governor of Michigan, when I campaigned on NAFTA and CAFTA have given us the SHAFTA, it was because we saw blocks go away, right? We were standing there as a nation and just watching free trade, so-called free trade, which isn't free when it's not fair, go to other countries who had a strategic plan to be able to attract those companies. And we had nothing. We brought a knife to a gunfight. And so now the playing field is level. And we have brought Arsenal, which is the Inflation Reduction Act. We have leveled the playing field. We've made us irresistible for those investments. And coupled with the purchasing power of the federal government by American, and a lot of states are doing that as well. This is why we're seeing this massive amount of investment, whether it's battery companies or electric vehicle manufacturers or expansion of solar, expansion of offshore wind. All of these places are saying we're going to build in America. So that third message about building in America, stamping it made in America, use it in America, export it elsewhere, that is a message that resonates. So to your point, I think we've got to get the messaging right, because I think that's where people are. People want to be proud of building stuff in America and besting other countries. We're all naturally competitive, but we want to win that competition, and we want to win it in this. And then, of course, the point that the next generation is totally focused on, whereas, boomers, et cetera, are less focused on, is clean and the climate. And so while that comes down further on the list of public polling, if you did jobs, make it in America, all that would rise a little bit higher than climate. clean energy is a winner no matter what. And the persuasive element of that you all, I know, are bringing in every day and what you're doing and the people you're talking to, but people want to the point that we're seeing every single day, all of these climate events, people want solutions. And they want solutions that will fix the problem. So I don't know. I think that we are at a moment where we can really sell this agenda. That's both a challenge and an opportunity, to your question about what the opportunities and the challenge are. Of course, we got technical challenges. We also have technical opportunities. I do think that hydrogen, clean hydrogen, is going to be one of the biggest opportunities because it can solve, if we get it right, the base load power issues, especially if it's electrolyzer-based hydrogen. And long duration storage. I mean, those two are the biggest opportunities, I think, to get this full scale deployment out of the box from a technology perspective.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. You have certainly got us all energized right now. We have Dr. Jackson next, and then Adrienne.
Oh, good morning, Madam Secretary, and I'll join the chorus to thank you for your great, not just vision, but actual leadership and focus on getting things done. And to that, you've mentioned a number of things, the broader geopolitical environment, supply chain, and so on. So I have hopefully a quick two-part question. First, how much are you seeing or feel, how much do you feel the very supply chain issues will intersect in a way that can slow our progress with getting things made in America, et cetera? And the second, having been a university president, how much do you think about and see DOE's role in talent development? Not obviously at the bachelor's, master's, doctoral level, but also in the broader population. Could you speak about those things a bit?
Yeah, yes, okay. Talent and supply chain lag potentially, right? Okay, so the Inflation Reduction Act incentivizes the full manufacturing supply chain. And so that's very exciting. It'll take a little bit of time because we don't right now, for example, we don't process the critical minerals that are necessary for electric vehicle batteries. We have some mining, but we don't produce the volume. We know, we've got potential, really great spots like the Salton Sea, but we're not quite there yet. So there's going to be a lag in pulling in the supply chain, whether it's from allies in Canada or Australia, or here for the actual production of the tougher stuff in terms of time, and that would be critical minerals and mining. So maybe this next year or so is going to be a catch-up time for businesses to decide that they better reshore their supply chain. They better build it here because they're going to be taking advantage of being able to those tax credits. So if, for example, on electric vehicles, right now, we have the electric vehicle incentive, which is $7,500 per vehicle at the dealership. But progressively, it becomes more and more difficult to achieve that $7,500 if the full supply chain is not produced in North America. And so, if we don't have the processing for the critical minerals in North America, then nobody's going to get the tax credit. So all of those companies, those auto companies, are going, bing, bing, bing. I'm going to move as much as I possibly can to the US, which is why you're seeing all this billions of dollars of announcements of investments, because they are looking carefully at their P&L statements, and they know that they can take advantage of a public-private partnership, which is what this is, to be able to make them profitable. So I think there may be a lag, but ultimately this is designed to be able to bring the full supply chain of these, or to partner with allies. So I think the supply chain issues, the market will work it out with a little help from tax credits. So that's number one. With respect to talent, oh my God, it's such an important part of the supply chain, right? That making sure you have a supply of workers who can do this. So the Inflation Reduction Act incentivizes an additional 10% for companies that are using apprentices, which is a great way to earn while you learn and get paid to be able to get the skills that are necessary. 75% of the jobs in the energy sector, clean energy sector, do not require a 4-year degree. The apprenticeship is sort of the college that's necessary, essentially. And so we know the IBEW and others have great apprenticeship programs, but we need more. We need community colleges to take on the help in partnering with companies that build apprenticeship programs. But here again, the incentives are placed in a way that get the companies additional benefits if they build out a workforce themselves instead of requiring others to do it. And that really is the way most people prefer to learn, is on the job rather than in the classroom that is disconnected from the actual the actual presentation. We're going to be, we are really focused on this supply of work and the workforce strategies that can be built out. So we'll have more to say on that because we have to work with the Department of Labor, particularly in the pockets where we know we have huge need. That's going to require advertising. It's going to require strategies that lure people in and making sure that they are paid good benefits. But a lot of times people just don't even know about these jobs. They don't even know how much they can earn, that an apprentice, can earn, $70,000 in their first year with benefits. That's a really great thing for somebody that, maybe just starting to look around. So, and maybe doesn't want to go to a 4-year university. So there's a huge opportunity, but we have fallen down up to this point on really creating streams of talent that flow into the sectors where it's most needed. And that is definitely on our shoulders to do.
Thank you. Adriana?
Thank you so much, Madam Secretary. It really is inspiring to hear you talk about this. And I'm always really inspired and a little nervous when you name the number of days that we have left, but I do love that.
Gotta keep reminding you all.
I like it. I like it. Along those lines, I'm curious to know what your thoughts are around how we build support among the public for less evident and things that seem a little bit less kitchen table issues like the grid, modernization, hydrogen, and other issues, while at the same time making sure that we are recognizing the needs of disadvantaged communities first. So some of it is public, how we communicate publicly, but there seems to be another really important prioritization issue that sits within the agency. How are you thinking about that type of building of support?
Yeah, I mean, this is really a priority issue for us, is making sure that the build outs of these, hubs, transmission lines, you name it, are done in partnership with the environmental justice community or disadvantaged communities at the table. I mean, for example, the bipartisan infrastructure law rewards the placement of clean energy manufacturing, for example. They get another 10% kicker if it's located in a disadvantaged community. That's really great. And then another 10% for apprenticeships, right? That's really great. So that means you can get a 50% tax credit for manufacturing clean energy products if they locate in a disadvantaged community. But you want to make sure the community is good with it. Now, if it's clean energy, often the communities are super happy because it's, clean and it's not polluting, et cetera. It's going to be more of a challenge, I'll just be honest, in the case of some of the hydrogen hubs that are going to be reliant upon natural gas, unless those externalities are buttoned down. So if they have, if there's really trust that's developed and verification that's developed with a community that the CO2 has been captured, the methane is not leaking, et cetera, that's a conversation. We're not going to be funding leaky hubs, but the communities, many, environmental justice communities are rightfully skeptical about those who have polluted their communities in the past also leading a transformation to clean energy. So that's going to be, that's is why a bottom-up strategy for anybody who's applying is really critical, that you cannot do this without embracing the community, without a community benefits agreement, without participation, meaningful consultation from the bottom up. Because we really, the president, as you know, the first executive order he signed was the EJ 40, that 40% of the benefits have to flow to these communities. And so, you know, we are going to be audited on this. We've got a whole tracking mechanism on this. It is a priority. And we're in touch with the EJ community. I mean, Shalonda Baker, who you guys have heard from before, she's actually right now on her way to Houston, to Port Arthur, to have this conversation again with those communities. We just have to get this right. You know, it's not going to be easy, but in many cases, there will be enormous benefit and ushering and, you know, flowing of resources toward those communities in a very structural way, in the same way that there has been, you know, structural inequality and structural racism in the past. In these bills, the thought was, how do we structurally flow benefits to these communities to try to repair some of the damage that has occurred in the past? And that, to me, is one of the most inspiring pieces of the Inflation Reduction Act.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Thank you for giving us the option to ask you so many questions and patiently answering all of them. Greatly appreciate. We have a terrific program ahead of us. But before we go on, I'm going to call an audible if it's okay. Just learned from an email that a former SEAB member who was part of SEAB in year 2014 just passed away. And that is former Secretary of Defense Ash Carter. We just learned that he passed away by a heart attack. So if you don't mind, maybe just let's take a moment of silence. Let's just stand up and honor former Secretary of Defense Ash Carter and a former SEAB member. Thank you. Thank you all for that honor. So moving on, we have a terrific program ahead. And the next session, we're going to hear from three people. We have Elliot Mainzer, who is the CEO and president of California Independent System Operator. And then Maria Pope, CEO of Portland General Electric, who is also a member of SEAB. And then finally, Christopher Davis, the DOE Chief of Staff. And they'll be looking at the issues of the grid resilience and reliability during the Western heat wave and what was done and what are the lessons learned from that. So I'm going to ask Elliot, thank you so much for joining us today. I really appreciate it. And I know you had a very difficult job during summer, and we're really looking forward to learning some of the lessons that you had to, some of the actions that you took and lessons that learned from that. Elliot, please.
Well, thank you so much. And Madam Secretary, it's a pleasure to be with all of you. Hopefully you can hear me just fine. And I'm really looking forward to this discussion about some of the key lessons learned and key findings from the September 22 Western Heat event. I'm going to try to give you a little bit of a feel for what it was like to experience the event and what some of the key takeaways, maybe some of the more generalizable lessons for the West and the broader country are. If we can move to the first slide, please. This is a slide that one of my staff shared with me not long after the event. And to me, it was sort of one of those pictures worth 1,000 words. Each of these graphs, starting down on the bottom, is a summer month, starting with July of 2012. On top of that, you have August and September. And you can see working up through 10 years, all the way to what we experienced in September of 2022. You can just see that really was an extraordinary heat wave in terms of duration and intensity. That top graphic is a clear outlier. one of the most extreme and intense heat waves we've ever experienced, certainly the most intense in September. And something that really, in some ways, sort of took our breath away as climate change is really manifesting itself in California and the broader West. In the next slide, you can see all of the different heat records that were actually established. If we can move to the next slide, please. Thanks, here we go. California itself, we had 28 cities broke or tied all-time records for maximum temperatures. It was just absolutely baking in Sacramento at 116 degrees, San Jose at 109, Livermore at 116. And across the West, as you can see, we had about 2,864 daily highest maximum temperature records that were tied or broken, and also over 2,000 daily high minimum records that were tied or broken. So this really was, although it was not hot everywhere, it was really an extreme event. You can see the sort of the west of the Cascades in Northern California, this was the one area that was not really super impacted by this very extreme heat wave. Moving to the next slide, please. In terms of the actual demand for electricity, three very important records were broken. First of all, the ISO experienced our all-time record demand at 52,061 megawatts. That happened right at just before 5 o'clock p.m., right at what we refer to as the gross peak. We also established the all-time record for RC West, which is the reliability coordinator footprint that we manage in the Western United States at just below 131,000 megawatts. And this was the point of maximum demand in the history of the Western interconnection at 167,500 megawatts. So as you can see, this really was an event that stressed our system to the absolute edge. Moving on to the next slide. There's quite a bit of information on this slide, but I want to leave you with just a couple pieces of key intuition. First of all, on the top, this is the resource stack, the resources that were actually producing power at 4:58 p.m. at the moment that we hit that maximum demand of 52,061 megawatts. As you can see, we had about 12,670 megawatts of renewables, 26,000 megawatts of natural gas, large hydro at 3,857 megawatts, imports 7,200, batteries at 770, and the nuclear plant at 2,243 megawatts. Notably, renewables at 24% of total generation, gas at just under 50%. As you can see, looking at the green line, over the course of the next couple hours, we experienced the ramp down of our solar fleet. Many of you have heard of the duck curve. This is sort of the neck of the duck when suddenly we start seeing a significant ramp down, about almost 9,000 megawatts of solar ramping down over the course of the next couple of hours, while the demand for power only dropped about 7,000 megawatts. And so other resources had to pick up the slack, and the graph below shows what was actually happening at the net peak moment at just before 7 p.m. when demand was now at 45,141 megawatts. And as you can see, as the solar was ramping off, the natural gas fleet increased its generation by about 428 megawatts. Large hydro picked up some of the slack, increasing by about 1,150. Imports grew even further up to another 700 megawatts. And our battery fleet kicked in, producing another 1,600 megawatts. And so you can see the interplay of these resources as we move from the gross peak into the net peak to that point of maximum strain on the system, where the other resources need to pick up the slack as the solar backs off. And it really illustrates, I think, in real technicolor, the nature of the transition we're going through. You can see we still have a significant dependence on natural gas in California, while we are really ramping in the renewable energy fleet and taking advantage of our other clean resources and the new clean capacity that's coming online, particularly the batteries, which performed very well during these conditions. So lots more work to do, but you can see the interplay between all these conventional and new resources coming online at the same time. I want to also emphasize, if we can move to the next slide, the role that demand response and other emergency resources played during this event. If you can flip over to the next slide, please, I'll show you. California has worked very hard in recent years to try to ramp up the amount of of demand response capability in its market, and to have both market-based and emergency resources available. As you can see on this graph, starting right at around 4:00 p.m., hour 16, we kicked in our flexible alert calls, where we call to consumers across California to start to reduce their electricity demand by turning up their thermostats and not using less of their essential electricity resources. You can see we got a little bit of a ratchet down in demand at that point, but then right after between 4 and 5, load started going up again. At 5 o'clock, we kicked in our industrial demand resources. This is about 750 to 800 megawatts of additional demand response, big industrial customers available to us under emergency conditions. But by about 5 o'clock, maybe 5:15, load was just continuing to stay very high. We were not getting a ramp down. And at 5:17, we declared an EEA3 emergency. That's the highest level of alert in the NERC code before resulting in rotating outages. At that point, of course, we were in regular communication with Governor Newsom's office. And shortly before 6, he triggered for the very, very first time a wireless emergency alert that went out to about 27 million Californians. And you can see for a period of time there, the demand curve basically went vertical. Over the course of about a half an hour to 40 minutes, we saw about 1,500 megawatts of additional reduction in demand. It was really pretty remarkable to watch, to tell you the truth, from the control center. And that reduction in demand, combined with the additional imports and the battery dispatch across the net peak, allowed us to ride out this event and not have to resort to rotating outages. And it really was an amazing experience to watch as Californians rallied. I think and something that's really interesting to notice that the actual wireless emergency alert went out to customers who had been selected by county for their electricity consumption. So it was actually a targeted WEA the first time. It's something we certainly hope to never have to use again, but a tool that we resulted to. Moving to the next slide, a few more things I'd like to highlight. For those of you who are watching the evolution of energy storage, California we now have the largest fleet of lithium-ion batteries, I think, of anywhere in the world. And during the course of this event, they performed extremely well. You can see, but I wanted to show something that's really quite interesting for those of you that follow the market. The batteries on September 5th, you can see they charged in the middle of the night and in the morning solar ramp, and then they discharged right into the heart of the net peak right around 6:30. On September 6th, the demand for electricity was already so high by the early afternoon that the batteries actually started discharging into those very high prices. And our operators actually intervened to get them to back down their discharge to begin charging again so that we could make sure that they were available into the net peak hours. And then on September 7th, we actually provided exceptional dispatches. We instructed the fleet to stay at maximum state of charge all the way across the afternoon. So this raises some really interesting questions. We try to let the batteries operate just according to economic price signals, but we learned that we have some price formation and some market design issues that we need to continue to sort out to make sure that the dispatch of the battery fleet really aligns with the reliability needs of the grid, especially as we start really ramping up into new types of longer duration and different chemistries of energy storage. Turning to the next slide, I wanted to also highlight the role that our regional energy market played in supporting reliability. Of course, our Western energy imbalance market came into being back in 2014. It has grown tremendously over the course of the last 8 years. Actually, PGE, Maria and her team joined in 2017, just earlier this year. Bonneville Power Administration joined, WAPA, Desert Southwest will be joining next year. This market, this is a real-time market that now covers about 80% of the load in the Western United States. And this market really performed extremely well during the heat wave. It efficiently cycled energy between the utility systems across the West and supported reliability during very stressed grid conditions. It's important to point out that there were other system operators in the West who were experiencing very distressed conditions during this heat wave, including Idaho Power. We actually were supporting the folks down in Mexico throughout this event who are also really struggling. And I think the Western energy imbalance market performance really demonstrated the value of wide area coordination across the Western US and highlighted the potential additional reliability and cost saving benefits of an extended day-ahead market that we often refer to as EDAM. And I think many of us who've been working in the West for many years see EDAM as really the next step in market evolution towards a full West-wide RTO. So this was a really good moment for the Western EIM and really demonstrated that value of wide area coordination. If we could turn just to my last couple of slides here. I wanted just to highlight some of the things that I think really went well. And first of all, certainly having several thousand megawatts of new clean capacity installed in California since summer 2020 certainly helped to meet these historic loads. The batteries were a major part of that. And we are going to continue to build a tremendous amount of new generation in California in the years ahead. I think the improved communication and coordination across state and federal government and industry was absolutely indispensable. And there was truly an unprecedented mobilization of coordination between the governor's office, the utilities, the ISO. And I wanted to personally thank Secretary Granholm for her engagement during this event and your support. It was very meaningful, the 202C order. Thank you very much. The whole team at DOE was extremely supportive to us. We did a lot of advanced preparation and tabletop exercises with load serving entities within California and across the West going into summer. And this helped support effective preemptive maintenance and outage coordination of power and transmission infrastructure, something we've learned from these very stressed events in recent years. And this resulted, I think, in truly excellent overall fleet performance, including renewables, storage, nuclear, and natural gas. And of course, we saw that we did have meaningful amounts of demand response contributing to the reliability solution. For us at the CAISO, this event also enabled us to demonstrate our ability to support other Western balancing authorities during very stressed grid conditions. Even when we were really struggling, we were able to support other balancing authorities through exports and wheel throughs across our transmission system. I was in regular communication and coordination with the CEOs of the other utilities in the West. We were really supporting each other. And I think that was another thing that allowed us to build on the strong Western EIM performance and really demonstrate the reliability and affordability value of wide area coordination and market integration. And finally, of course, we had some geographic diversity of weather patterns and a good hydro year in the Northwest, something I know well, which made a big difference in terms of supply. And of course, very modest wildfire impacts on the BES this year compared to the Boot Lake fire of last year. And in my last slide, I'd just like to talk about a few things, if we could turn to the final, some opportunities for improvement. I think it's absolutely essential that we continue to strengthen the resource adequacy programs, both in California and the Western Resource Adequacy Program being developed by the Western Power Pool. And we have to adapt our planning models to address the changing temperature and load patterns that are resulting from climate change. The past really is no longer a predictor of the future. And of course, we need to expedite the construction of new clean energy infrastructure, both power and transmission. In California, we're focusing on transmission both within the state and also big interregional lines to open up supply in places like Wyoming and New Mexico and Idaho. I think we certainly learned that it's important to establish more automated, preemptive load flexibility capabilities. We had a number of companies such as Sunrun and Tesla and OhmConnect providing some pretty sophisticated market-based demand response, but we also really need to make sure that we have much greater automation and the ability to dispatch demand response and load flexibility before we get into emergencies to help maintain reliability. We need to achieve greater visibility into the supply and demand across the West and improve liquidity by implementing EDAM and to continue making real progress on full Western market integration. As I mentioned, we want to ensure that the market design for storage aligns with the reliability needs of the grid. And we want to make sure that we can continue to build on our strategic reserve of resources to manage through the truly extreme events that lie outside the standard planning horizon. And finally, continue to strengthen communication channels and tabletop exercises to be prepared for a wide variety of future scenarios. So again, Madam Secretary, really appreciate the opportunity to be here to share these lessons. Your personal support was very helpful to us. Lots of lessons learned, lots of hard work to do, but I think we have a great sense of some of the key challenges and opportunities in this critical energy transition. So thanks again for the opportunity to be here today.
Thank you, Elliot. And thank you for the really outstanding presentation. We're going to hold off on questions right now. We'll come back again, but I want to hand off to Maria Pope. But Elliot, as a Californian, thank you for your leadership and hanging in there through these difficult times.
Thank you, Arun. Appreciate it.
Maria?
Thank you, and we'll pull up some slides. I'd say Elliot is a Westerner. Thank you for your leadership, truly through an extraordinary period of time. And Madam Secretary, we keep on thinking that we're living through extraordinary times, and with each year it gets a little bit more challenging, and we do a little bit more to make sure we are addressing the challenges. If we could go to the next slide, I think in many instances, Madam Secretary, we represented Portland General Electric, much of what you were talking about. In our service territory is 15% of the country's silicon chip manufacturing. We have the semiconductor companies of Intel, Microchip, on semiconductor, Lam, analog devices, as well as many other software and suppliers to the industry. So we'll be impacted by much of what the CHIPS Act will bring. But also many of these companies have much more aggressive clean energy goals than we do. And so we are really driven by our customers' values and where they want to go. And so clearly, reliable, safe, and affordable clean energy is really our focus. And today, we're over 50% through renewable energy. We're clearly blessed to be based in the Pacific Northwest with abundant hydro, but we also participate in the Western energy imbalance market that Elliot is talking about. And if you count that energy that we're getting, which is excess solar out of California when they don't need as much as they generate, or hydro out of British Columbia and other places, we're probably more than 60% renewable. So it's this really is achievable when we look towards aggressive goals. Can we turn to the next page, please? So this is just a microcosm of a smaller utility just north of California, integrated into the energy imbalance market. So if you look first in 2021, which was our heat dome event when we had 116-degree temperatures for several days across the Pacific Northwest, in particular in the Portland region, we hit highs of 10% over our prior critical peak levels. And we imported a tremendous amount of energy from the California Independent System Operator. It was an early part of their season, late June, and they had excess energy that kept our grid stable. Also, critical stability of the time is the distribution system, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in a second. Just this last early September, you can see on the bottom chart where you have the blue squiggly lines versus the red, we were way below our peak periods. And so, as Elliot mentioned, we in the Pacific Northwest and had also had a strong hydro spring runoff, and we exported to California a tremendous amount of energy. This not only allows us to maintain reliability across the West, but it allows us to incorporate more renewable resources. And importantly, it keeps customer prices low for customers, not only in Oregon, but across the West, and in particular in California. So if you can turn to the next slide. What's next? Elliot covered a number of these things. Clearly, the Western Power Pool Resource Adequacy Program. And today, the Western Power Pool incorporates states from across the entire West. If we were to go back even just a year ago, we called this the Northwest Power Pool, and it was just much more based in the Pacific Northwest, showing the need for resource adequacy is today well recognized, where when Elliot and I worked on the Power Pool's MC efforts a number of years ago, it was a tough slog. We're also moving very quickly, as Elliot mentioned, through EDAM. We have the Southwest Power Pool's Markets Plus work that's taking place. And importantly, moving forward towards an RTO, and there's multiple states that have RTO legislation by 2030. Critical to that is actually the building out of transmission. And I'm sure that Michael Skelly can notice sort of the whole of transmission in the Pacific Northwest, in particular that is going from the mid part of the country towards the West. And in particular, just today, we announced an additional acquisition and building with NextEra Energy Resources of 311 megawatts of wind energy in Montana and a 100-mile tie line that will go to Colstrip, ultimately, and bringing that power back to the Pacific Northwest on some of the existing lines that take place. I think one of the things that's really important, and Madam Secretary, we've talked about this in the past, is the importance of BPA leadership. BPA has 75% of the transmission in the Pacific Northwest. And if you are part of that other 25%, you know that you can't be effective unless you connect in or out of the BPA system at certain points of time. So they're a really critical leader as we move to a clean energy future. I would also say your comments on permitting absolutely ring true. Probably more than the economics in our region is the ability to get permitting done in a timely basis. Elliot mentioned transmission and working through with Idaho Power and others, the Pacific Northwest. That line is about 12 to 14 years in the making, depending on how you count. So if we turn to the next slide, this essentially is sort of a pictorial of what Elliot was talking about in terms of demand response, what we call a virtual power plant. By 2030, we expect that 25% of our capacity to be able to integrate all of that new renewable energy will come from our distribution system. And so how California has been leading the way, but also with utilities across the West, we expect 10% to come from a residential demand response, 10% from industrial capabilities. So let's think of air separation companies and others that have a high ability to curtail energy usage. We'll also see grid storage of about a third. And then importantly, because the IRA will certainly accelerate the amount of customer-sided solar, we're going to be hooking up record numbers of residential and commercial solar across our area. And of course, also electric vehicles. And we have some test projects that you all have been a part of where we're taking school buses and using the batteries during the day and during critical peak times to be able to help balance the grid. We also have some experiments and projects with some areas of our service territory that has been left behind. And that ability to do that is the buying down of the higher than commercial costs. That's super important. That's come from the Department of Energy and from others. So before I turn to the IRA and IRJA, let me turn to the next slide, which is really what comes along with difficult periods of time is also wildfires from a heat perspective. When we have low humidity, high heat, Elliot mentioned the Bootleg fire. This took place in July of 2021. And without the Department of Energy's assistance in bringing in additional fighting capabilities from outside of the state of Oregon, which were already fully engaged protecting small communities and towns where this very large fire took place, you can see the California-Oregon AC intertie line there. It actually was the smoke and the carbon in the smoke that kept the transmission line from being able to be re-energized, critically important to grid stability that Monday morning in July. And so I want to thank in particular Push Kumar, who was just leading a discussion last week in Denver between all Western utilities, IOUs, COUs, munis, co-ops, others, as well as representatives from every state in the West and Chief Moore of the U.S. Forest Service. It was a very productive meeting as we worked together to limit the impact of wildfire. But since we're here at Oak Ridge National Labs, I want to recognize the significant technological development that our national labs have contributed to actually keeping wildfires from starting in the first place, or being able to detect them very, very quickly when there might be a spark that could start a fire. So the national labs have a very strong partnership with all of us in the West, and their technology has been absolutely critical. And thank you for your strong voice, along with Liz Sherwood Randall, the executive level focus starting with yourself in the White House has made all the difference in the last couple of years as we bring the full force of all of our collective efforts to addressing these issues. And so my last slide really is the beginning of Christopher Davis's first slides. And so I will be very brief, but I will tell you that what we're going from, as Arun said, is from research to solutions. and companies like Portland General, as well as utilities across the entire country, are great examples of how we are deploying cutting-edge technologies that are making an immediate difference in creating a stable, cleaner, and cost-effective energy grid. So with that, let me turn it back to Arun and to Christopher Davis. And I apologize, Madam Secretary, and everyone at the SEAB, I'm not able to stay for the full amount of our Q&A period this morning.
Thank you, Maria, for this fantastic presentation. Let's just go to Chris directly. Christopher, thank you for joining us. And perhaps if you could give the DOE perspective, that'll be great.
Thank you so much, Arun and SEAB members for having me. I think it is an honor to be here with Maria and Elliot, leaders in this field, and Elliot, even an alum of DOE as well. We're obviously in a historic moment for the grid, from intensifying climate crisis, the deployment of renewables, and obviously the billions of funding through the legislation that's passed this year. It's an opportunity and a challenge for us at the Department of Energy. But I think the first thing to acknowledge is that our electricity system in the US is fundamentally a private sector effort. Of course, it's regulated and organized in a patchwork of state and regional entities, as well as on the federal level by the FERC, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. So the amazing work done in response to the crisis we were talking about today was really done by the utilities and the independent system operators. So kudos to them for really managing this crisis. But if we can go to the next slide, I want to talk about where DOE fits into this mix. The Secretary often refers to DOE as the solutions agency, and whether we're ensuring people receive power in the next hour or the next decade, we really want to make certain that it happens with our grid. And there are essentially three different ways that I want to focus on today that we exercise at the Department of Energy. Each of them relies on very strong partnerships with our local, tribal, and state offices. In the crisis, as Maria mentioned, our CSER office, Cybersecurity, Energy Security, and Emergency Response, is a critical partner and is 24/7 interacting with states to help them get the information sharing, convening at the right level, and I'll talk a little bit more about our emergency powers through the Federal Power Act. But really, they are the tip of the spear as far as the department's concerned. The second is through the technology research and development to improve the grid reliability, efficiency, flexibility. This is a longer term play and has led to some of the innovations and efficiencies that Maria mentioned. I won't focus a lot on this because I want to spend some time on the third, which is our efforts to catalyze the historic funding opportunities in the legislation that's passed. And I'll dive a little deeper into how states and utilities can take advantage of those investments. So if we can go to the next slide, I don't want to overstate the importance of the Federal Power Act 202C authorities, because in our kind of private sector dominated electricity environment, I think this is actually of limited use, but it is worth noting that the use of this authority has evolved over time, in particular as the effects of climate change have become more severe. It's moved from one where we've been very specific about its application to one that is more open to giving grid operators more flexibility. Essentially, the 202C authority allows the Secretary of Energy to require that utilities or transmission facilities can run or deliver when they would otherwise not. Often this is done to allow utilities to run in exceedance of other laws, including environmental laws and emissions concerns. So when it really comes to a crisis period, and as Elliot mentioned, there were some points where this was relevant in the most recent incidents. It's important for the system operator to have the flexibility to bring more gas online, for instance, to make up the gap with demand. So I don't have a lot of time to run through the examples on the next two slides, but if we can go to the next one, I will point out that the traditional use, and I say traditional, but this is really up until summer of 2020, DOE has issued these emergency orders for very specific reasons. In other words, to connect one power line to restore energy during Hurricane Ike, or to authorize one utility to operate a single unit to make up for other lost generation. But if you go to the next slide, starting in September 2020, our orders have been increasingly broad. In this administration alone, in response to the Texas freeze, we issued an exceedingly broad order that allowed ERCOT the ability to bring any generation it could and use it in any way it needed to keep power on. And then in September 21 and September 22 in California, because of wildfires, heat wave, et cetera, we have issued orders that allowed CalISO to do what the flexibility it needed to make sure that the grid could be stabilized. I want to, but if we go to the next slide, I want to get away from kind of what we do in an emergency and more into what we look to do as we build the grid of the future and the grid that we need in the coming transition. As you all know, the Secretary, you know that we are running full steam ahead to implement the legislation that was passed and to leverage those dollars to maximize our impact. The first thing we faced upon the passage of these laws, and an important question for me as Chief of Staff, is how do we organize our department and our institution to optimize the spending and to get the greatest leverage? So I don't want to go into the entire restructuring. I know the SEAB has heard about this a little bit before, but if you go to the next slide, I would mention that we essentially stood up a vertical around the infrastructure being set up. And the most important for this conversation is the establishment of the Grid Deployment Office. The Grid Deployment Office is really building on what was a fairly small operation, $10 million a year operation in the Office of Electricity that was focused on transmission approvals, mostly cross-border transmission approvals. And now with the many billions of dollars that we've received, in addition to additional loan authority, et cetera, we really want to put together an entire strategy around it. We launched in January of this year the Building a Better Grid initiative, and that really captures a lot of different work streams. But what it's trying to do is make sure that we're thinking in concert across the entire grid while we're spending money out of various pools. We don't want to be lose the opportunity to be thoughtful about how to improve the entire grid, even as we're addressing specific needs. So if you go to the next slide, I would just highlight the Grid Resilience and Innovation Partnership Program, or GRIP. This pools together three of the largest streams of money from the bipartisan infrastructure law $10.5 billion in competitive grants. We have had a RFI out for some time and have gotten a lot of good feedback. And we're hoping this fall to put out the funding opportunity announcement for all of this money. And that will just give us a great opportunity to look at money for particularly for resilience, as we're discussing, but also for transmission. And as Elliot mentioned, with the need to import occasionally when there are demands, we're going to be focused on transmission for interties to the rest of the national grid system across the country to really make sure that we are optimizing our ability to get power where it's needed. And then on the final slide, I'll just highlight that in addition to these competitive grant programs, there are also some programs for state and local and tribal formula grant on to strengthen and modernize the grids through the climate crisis. And this is one that is already currently open and receiving, should be receiving money shortly to states and localities. I just close by saying, before we go to questions, that the secretary's acknowledged that we're clearly going into this period of massive and necessary, of course, energy transition in this country. And if we don't actively manage that transition, we'll see that it leads to chaos and a loss of confidence in our grid as well as other systems. Given how integrated the electricity sector is, it's really only going to be through intense communications and collaboration with the utility system operators, states and federal government, that we are able to manage that transition in a way that makes sure that lights stay on and that we can weather all the climate crises, some of which we can't even envision at this point. So with that, I will turn it back to you, Arun, and we can get into some Q&A.
Thank you, Christopher. That was a really superb presentation and really for highlighting the important role DOE plays, as well as sort of outlining the opportunities out there in the future. With that, let's just open it up for questions from SEAB members on this very important issue. I'm sure there are tons of questions that are, if you just put your card up. Okay, we'll go with the two co-chairs of the Grid Modernization Working Group, Norman and then Skelly. I think Norman beat Skelly to the target.
Thank you, Maria, Elliot, and Christopher for those great presentations. They were very informative. Elliot, and thank you for your leadership in CAISO and for helping the CAISO system make it through this record heat wave. And as I listened to your presentation, I heard you mentioning a number of assets that helped CAISO make it through this period, including transmission, load management or demand side resources, storage, markets, and market design, with the note that there could be better rules with respect to storage, the use of flexible resources, planning and preparation, as well as communication and collaboration across stakeholders. So I thought that was super helpful. If you had to pick I would say the top 3 priorities from a CAISO perspective that could help ensure reliability and resilience during future extreme weather events or other types of emergencies, what would you tell policymakers to be focusing on?
Thank you, Norman. First, really nice to hear your voice and see you. Thank you. I would say something that I think was a clear lesson for me, just especially given the response that we saw on September 6th with the wireless emergency alert, was just the vast potential of the demand side of the equation to play a big role. And I think that certainly for needle peak events like that, very extreme events, having much more rigorous and automated available load flexibility in large measures available to the grid operators in advance of grid disturbances to maintain reliability and keep prices affordable, I think is absolutely critical. The second area, of course, is just really keeping our eye on the ball with respect to resource adequacy, continuing to expedite the construction of new clean capacity as we turn over the gas fleet and other resources and retire a lot of resources. We really need to get the clean capacity in the ground and operating to maintain reliability. And absolutely transmission, in next May, we will be coming out with our updated transmission plan. It's modeling over 40,000 megawatts of new generation and really taking a very hard look at both onshore and offshore and interregional transmission. So that focus on transmission, again, the department has been outstanding on this issue. And I would say that the demand response, resource adequacy capacity, and interregional transmission construction, those are the big priorities for us at the CAISO at the moment.
Yeah, no, thank you, Elliot. And Maria, your presentation touched on the same themes as Elliot. And so from your perspective as the CEO of a major utility in the Pacific Northwest, what would be your advice to policymakers in terms of like the top 3 priorities to ensure reliability and resilience going forward?
Thank you, Norman. And I wish I was there with you all. I would say I'd probably echo what Elliot is talking about in terms of resource adequacy. This is something that we've been working on for more than a decade, and it has real ability to make a difference. What it will also do, though, is that we will raise our costs as we have standards across the entire utility systems, from smaller PUDs and munis to the federal system to IOUs like ourselves and all the way across the West. The amount of additional set aside spinning reserves and other reserves for contingency events will have an impact on customer prices, which is why you'll see the implementation over a bit of time. I would also say that the ability for all of us to work together is absolutely critical. Much of what Elliot was talking about on that interconnectivity, yes, is relationships and recognizing that we are providers of last resort, is a balancing authority ourselves, but also is working across the West. But the interconnectivity, so let me give you another example that took place last year. This was a fire in the Peace area of British Columbia, where they dropped tremendous transmission lines coming out of very significant hydro operations on a Friday about 5:15. Probably the biggest voltage issue we'd had on the Western Interconnect. And if not, but for utilities like ourselves and others across the entire West, we would have lost the grid at that point in time. And so I think that the software systems, this gets back to the Secretary's comment with regards to the CHIPS Act and semiconductor manufacturing and technology, is critically important to the West-wide grid, but also to being able to effectively use the distribution system. And then finally, I would really turn to our customers and to being much more customer focused, and to remember that we are serving very real people for whom electricity is core in their lives. So whether you are at home, working, going to school, whether you have medical equipment that is tied to electricity needs, or whether you're a large multinational industrial or digital company. I think that we have to engage with our customers at a very different level. And as customers, not necessarily as an extension of the grid, but truly as customers who are used to seeing functionality in a way that works very simply for them and connects with how they lead their lives or run their businesses.
I was just gonna, if it's okay, just to add one other element to what Maria is saying, which I think is just essential. I think all of us in key leadership roles focusing on reliability and affordability for consumers. I think the other element that we obviously saw that I will highlight is just the value of the Western market integration. I think, we're very focused now on extending that EIM footprint into that broader extended day ahead market and taking that next big step together around Western market integration. We could just see the value of leveraging that transmission and resource diversity. And I think building on that here in the next couple of years is going to be a critical success factor as well. Thanks.
Absolutely. And thank you. I'm sorry I have to leave. Thank you, Elle.
Thank you, Maria. Nice to see you.
Thanks, Maria. Skelly?
Thanks, Elliot. As always, great to see you. I have a question about like kind of what's the vibe in the West around resource adequacy? And you know, when you're talking to your peers at different gatherings, how are y'all at like DEFCON 5? Or because I saw your presentation, it's really cool how people responded, but it's really frightening. And then as part of that, and this is sort of looking forward, a vendor we work with as part of their day job, they have to read all the IRPs in the West, okay? And the common theme among the IRPs, or among a lot of the IRPs, is they look at their capacity needs and they go, well, we'll go buy it from the market, okay? And I know we're all excited about the advent of a Western market, but if it's just, if everybody's IRP is sort of a beggar thy neighbor, it doesn't sound like a great solution to resource adequacy. And I wonder, you guys were importing 7 gigawatts during that time. So any thoughts on that topic?
Yeah. Yeah, I think, no, absolutely. It's a great question, Mike. So first of all, I think over the course of the last 3 years, I think there've been 2 major wake-up calls on this issue. I think for many years, I think many of us noted, we all knew we were sort of feeding off of the commons, importing and exporting power with each other. With all the coal and gas retirements, we knew the commons were getting smaller. And back actually in the winter of 2019, actually the Pacific Northwest had a real close call with there was a lot of their big gas derates coming out of Canada. It was super cold. Things got really tight, close to rotating outages in the Northwest. And then of course, August 2020 hit California, where we had 2 evenings of rotating outages. And I think those 2 events right there were very pivotal in just getting both California and the Western Resource Adequacy Program administered through the Northwest Power Pool very focused on RA. And I think folks on resource adequacy, folks recognize that at the same time, we're having this very, very renewed and very, very focused effort on resource adequacy. The climate signal is becoming much, much more intense at the same time. So these extreme events, weather and load excursions, are becoming stronger and stronger. So we are playing a bit of catch up, but I think there's a very, very concerted effort to get ahead of it now on resource adequacy. And there's also good coordination happening between California and the Western Resource Adequacy Program, because we recognize that if we're going to be extending the footprint of the market across the West, where the greatest value really exists, we have to have interoperability and the capacity for communication between those different resource adequacy programs. So we work very closely with the team at the Western Power Pool, California RA, and I think we are really working on the foundation, and it always has to be issue number 1.
Yeah, thanks for the fascinating information. Couple of questions just to sort of to clarify. The folks that your operators intervened, Elliot, and the battery folks, and said, don't discharge now, we want to hold you till we need you better. Did they suffer economic harm by holding off? And is there a process to kind of reimburse them for whatever they otherwise would have made?
Yeah, no, fortunately on September 6th, we only had to exceptionally dispatch about 300 megawatts of the batteries. It was relatively modest. And then of course they sold right back into a very, very high priced environment. And the same thing happened and by the time we got to the 7th, I think storing during those periods, the hours of the day, and then discharging later, I don't think it caused any economic harm to them. I think though that we are a learning organization. We're on the absolute sort of bleeding edge of battery storage integration, and we're learning that you're going to have a combination of capacity pricing mechanisms and electricity price formation mechanisms that will ultimately incent the right behavior, not just for the 4-hour lithium, but as we get into 8, 12-hour longer duration storage and even potentially seasonal storage. So it was a very good edge case. I think in general, the battery fleet performed outstanding. And I think we enjoy a very collaborative working relationship with the industry, but these are learning moments and an opportunity to get back to the table and keep refining the design.
Do you see a future where you'll be needing to sort of tell them when to charge and when to discharge, regardless of kind of the daily or day ahead kind of price signals?
You know, we try to minimize that. The battery fleet doesn't like that, right? They say, look, we're investing. We want to be able to extract maximum intrinsic and extrinsic value from our assets. We don't want your operators telling us what to do, but we do reserve the right, as we exercised back during the heat wave, to intervene with exceptional dispatches. Our hope is to try to align the price formation and the price signals and the capacity pricing to the maximum extent possible with the reliability needs of the grid. But we will always maintain the right to intervene if we see unintended circumstances.
I do wonder in 5 years or so in the future, as we get to more and more marginal costs, very low marginal cost resources, that their price signal is not going to be sufficient to give the operators the kinds of flexibility they need to meet reliability requirements.
I think you're right. I think you're asking a really good question here, and it's going to get to the interplay between marginal pricing and capacity pricing. I think, as you're saying, because we're going to have more and more zero marginal cost resources on the grid, you're likely to have to embed more of that compensation into capacity pricing with contracts that require participation and discharge during certain time periods. But our hope is that to the maximum extent possible, the asset owners are able to utilize the market for efficient dispatch. So great question and good line of inquiry.
And then the last topic real quick on the Western Interconnect, the imbalance market now is going to cover what, 75% of the Western Interconnect?
About 80, yeah.
Why hasn't it gone to 100? And why has it taken so many years for folks to actually join on to it? And is there anything DOE could do to help in, getting everyone on board like right now, folks?
Phil, can I ask, there are some other people waiting. I think you've asked several questions now. Yeah. Brian?
Sorry.
Good morning, Chris. Good morning, Elliot. Just real quickly, and maybe a couple of key principles. So this is a question around balancing reliability versus innovation. So how do we balance getting the entire grid to a baseline level or foundational level of grid modernization, while at the same time integrating or encouraging innovation? How do you think about that from a principles perspective?
Christopher, would you like to take any part of that? I'm happy to see if you'd like to answer a piece of that.
Go ahead and start off. I'll add on anything.
Okay. Yeah, I think you're describing a perennial duality, I think, of management. We're dealing with versions of this at the ISO right now because we've actually been in a kind of a constant state of innovation for many years, bringing on the energy imbalance market, the reliability coordinator, onboarding thousands of megawatts of new renewables and storage. It's required constant change. At the same time, we are very focused at the moment on working on foundational IT infrastructure, foundational control center tools, graphical interface capabilities with our EMS systems, and making sure that the rock solid day-to-day needs of our control center operators are really met. So it's a constant balance, but if you don't keep your eye on the foundation, your capacity to innovate is diminished and your potential for implementation risk and market distortion goes up. So you really have to be able to do both.
I'd only say from the DOE perspective, one of the aspects of the reorganization was that, as we stood up an infrastructure arm, which was focused on the goal of deployment, we wanted to have very close ties with the R&D part of the department. So OE, Office of Electricity, which maintains the R&D function, is just very tightly linked with the strategy and grid deployment side in GDO. We want to make sure that it keeps that strong link.
If I could just ask maybe Elliot, as a Californian, again, I just want to thank you for your leadership in this. The text that went out was very important, and we all got it. And that dropped about 3,000 megawatts, something like that. Maybe a little bit higher. My question to you is that, there was an uncertainty whether it would work or not. If it had not worked, was there a plan B?
Well, thanks, Arun. That was, I would say that was sort of Plan Z, right? And I can tell you that Governor Newsom, I know, was very, very cautious about wanting to use that tool, right? Because that type of a signal is not something that you can afford to attenuate over time. And we had not used it before ever in that context, certainly not for electric grid reliability. So I think there was a lot of thoughtfulness that went in. And when we had the conversation with his office, they needed to know that we were deep into the heart of the energy emergency. We were, at the time that last conversation happened, we had about 3,700 megawatts of operating reserves remaining on the system, which can bleed through quite quickly as the solar ramp is coming off. And so the decision was made, just given the primacy of reliability and the importance of being able to keep the lights on for Californians, that it was an experiment worth trying. And as you mentioned, it had a very, meaningful impact on electricity consumption. And we were able to ride out. I think that if we had not used that tool, we would have continued to arm load, we would have continued to decline. And it's going to always be hard to know if we would have made it. It's conceivable that we could have scratched through at the very bottom with remaining arming of load and remaining contingency reserves. But it did give us the ability to bounce back, continue with the imports, continue with the battery dispatch, and eventually come back from the edge and not requiring rotating outages. I can tell you that the governor has been very clear that we should not be counting on that as a normal tool in our toolbox. And that gets back to the previous question about resource adequacy. And I will say, the department has been very supportive of our efforts on Western regional markets. We really appreciate the leadership of the Secretary on that. And we're honored to know that Madam Secretary will be joining us at our stakeholder symposium on November 9th and being able to talk about these things. And so, yeah, we want to continue evolving all these tools, everything, resource adequacy, transmission, load flexibility, well-designed, well-integrated markets and regional coordination across the Western United States are the central elements of the strategy. We want to move it as quickly as possible, but while also honoring folks' individual decision paths.
Well, thank you, Elliot. Again, to close out this session, if I could ask Secretary Granholm to sort of offer some comments and thoughts, and then we'll close out this session.
Yeah, just briefly, I mean, I know Maria left, but Elliot, you have just, as everybody has said, been doing an amazing job in trying to hold all of this together. We learn from you all the time and really are grateful for the strong partnership. We do hope that there will be eventually a Western regional transmission organization so that we can make all of this happen smoothly. But I appreciate all of the other efforts that are going on that sort of lead and point to that direction. And of course, Christopher Davis knows how much I adore him. So all good on that. And I know we have a quick break right now, so I don't want to keep anybody from the restroom, but I look forward to coming back and hearing the long duration storage discussion.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you, Madam Secretary.
Thank you.
Thank you, Elliot.
Thank you, Madam
And thanks,
Secretary.
Christopher.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
And this was an outstanding session. Let's take a break and we'll come back in 10 minutes. David is saying 10 minutes. Okay, we'll be back in 10 minutes. Okay, let's get started. I mean, the previous session was absolutely outstanding, and we learned a lot about the real events that happened and what the DOE, the opportunities that are there in DOE. And it really set up this session for long duration storage. And just really pleasure to have Dr. Paul Albertus from University of Maryland, Yetmin Chang from MIT, Yi Chui from Stanford and Slack, and Asegan Henry from MIT. And these are some of the leading minds in storage. And it's really a pleasure to have all of them out here and to get a briefing. And so I know that, Madam Secretary, you're really excited about grid scale storage. So we're going to hear from some experts. And let's start with Paul. Paul, thank you for joining us.
Great. Good morning. My pleasure to be here. I'm going to try to share my screen. Is that coming through okay? So we're great. Well, thank you so much for the invitation. I'm delighted to share some thoughts and perspectives on stationary electricity storage, both daily and also long duration storage. I'm at the University of Maryland. I also was previously a program director at RPE, where I was involved in the creation of the DAYS program, which is focused on long duration storage. So first off, let's look at some of the scales of stationary storage. This is basically where are we today in terms of stationary storage on the grid. Battery storage today is around 0.05 terawatt hours. It's growing quickly. This is a picture of one of the first lithium-ion storage plants that was put in place around 2014 or so. Another form of storage on the grid at significant scale today is concentrating solar power with integrated thermal storage, similar in scale to battery storage today. This is a plant in Morocco that includes, I think, 8 hours of integrated storage. By far the largest form of electrically driven storage today is pump storage hydro. There's over 1 terawatt hour worldwide and about 0.25 terawatt hours in the US alone. Incidentally, battery storage in the US will overtake pump storage probably within 3 or 4 years, to give you a sense of how fast battery storage is growing right now. To give further context, the US has obviously a large fuel-based storage system in place. Natural gas, around 1,000 terawatt hours of natural gas cycles on an annual basis. This is a facility in Michigan, close to where I grew up, 25 terawatt hours for that individual facility, to give you just some sense of how large we have already. And this 1,000 terawatt hours would provide about 2 months of supplying the entire US electric demand. So we have a multi-month, just natural gas alone storage system in place today. In terms of where we're going, this is a recent report from MIT. The comment here, based on their analysis, was that in order to fully decarbonize US electricity sector, we might need something like 100 terawatt hours of electric storage by 2050. So you can look at the numbers, batteries, even pump storage today is a factor of 100 lower than the kinds of numbers that we have from currently deployed storage technologies on the grid. So this is a big scale-up challenge going forward. So the second question is, what kind of storage will we need going forward? And this is a result of the analysis that we did behind the RB Days program. It shows the maximum required storage duration that would be needed to meet all the hours of load on a regional grid like ERCOT or CAISO versus the fraction of annual electricity from wind and solar. So basically only looking at intermittent wind and solar supplies. And there's basically 3 bins. There's an hourly bin, kind of intraday storage, should be able to get grids out toward kind of the 40, 50%. If you want to go higher than that, we need to have a different kind of storage that would last for, let's say, a day to a week, kind of 10 to 100 hour. And that was the focus of the RP Days program. And then eventually, if we want to really get to high fraction of intermittent sources for our grids, we might need durations out toward 1,000 hours or even beyond. And of course, depending on how much curtailment you're willing to accept, how much transmission expansion happens, how much grid flexibility we have, that kind of shifts where these 3 different bins fit. And this also has very different cost structures to it. And historically, grid storage development has been focused on this bottom right target of about $150 per kilowatt hour. As we move toward longer durations, the capital cost structure looks really different. And eventually we'll get toward, let's say, $10 per kilowatt hour for the day week, or maybe even down to $1 per kilowatt hour below. And so that kind of presents a new kind of capital cost structure that is important to think about. Where are we today? ERCOT and CAISO on these metrics in 2021 were both around 30%. So as we think about the next, coming 15, 20 years, there's going to be a push to get this much higher. And this is where we need to be thinking about going forward. I think one of the major messages from this entire session is going to be that right now, daily storage is principally focused or being supplied by lithium-ion technology. And if we think about opportunities in this space, there's opportunities from the daily to, let's say, week to seasonal with different kinds of technologies that offer opportunities to decouple from the lithium-ion space and provide these kinds of cost structures going forward. And that's, we'll highlight a few of these in more detail today. So if you think about where kind of technology status of different storage technologies, and this is a technology S-curve. So it's showing global installed capacity on the left side versus technological maturity in the bottom here. And we can kind of look at things in the lab, things that are in, let's say, a demonstration phase, and then things that are being kind of ready for, or already have been deployed, achieve large-scale deployment. And we can think about these different categories and kind of where different efforts are at. There's a number of early stage development efforts. These are, let's say, 5, 10, 15 people. We've sorted this into battery, thermal, and then other categories here. We'll get into that in more detail later on. And then if we think about on the demonstration side of things, this is, let's say, tens to hundreds of people larger scale efforts and demonstration projects focused on, let's say, 1 to 100 megawatts in the coming years. And we'll mention in more detail too today, Form Energy, as well as Enter Venue. I know you also recently, Secretary, visited ESS recently also, so has a sense of what this looks like on the ground in terms of what this stage looks like. And we can also talk about deployment. Lithium ion, as I mentioned earlier, is really the principal technology being deployed today. It's over 95% of current sales, as far as I know. Obviously, pumped storage hydro has also been deployed at a large scale. There's other options also out there also. I know the Loan Program Office recently supported a hydrogen project in Utah. So it's kind of a fuel storage type thing. So this is also something that's moving toward deployment. And really, the big opportunity, I think as I already mentioned, is a stationary storage technology or technologies that can make use of at least some existing components or processes and supply chains, but is decoupled from lithium ion. Lithium ion is being driven by the automotive sector. And it would be great if we had 100 terawatt hours of stationary storage that at least to some degree was decoupled from the lithium ion story. That would help. And this is an opportunity. Many of the companies that you see listed here and others that I'm not listing are decoupled from the lithium ion story and would provide some kind of flexibility outside of what lithium ion can do. And I think the lithium ion example is an interesting one to kind of look at. There's a history here that is important to understand. How did lithium ion end up in the position that it's at today? And there's really a history that goes back even 50 years here. The first commercial introduction of lithium ion was in 1991. And it was deployed in portable electronics, phones, computers, things like this. And prior to its second major market, which is cars, there was probably about $75 billion of cumulative revenue prior to the first, let's say, mainstream EV in the Tesla Model S. Grid came in as a third major market. And if we look at one of the early kind of large scale lithium ion projects, this is deployed in 2014, it basically used lithium ion cells. So Grid is kind of like the tier 3 customer. And was a lot of DOE support, other government support for research, but also deployment, right? Basically the consumer credits for buying EVs helped enable lithium ion having a cost structure on the grid. And so this is kind of the history of what happened to get to this place. Just the last slide on my end. We can also think about the investment scales and timelines for new stationary storage technologies. You can see here that development stage is, let's say, tens of millions of dollars, kind of startup company, and then more mature companies. Obviously, ESS is now publicly traded. This is kind of in the hundreds of millions type investment. And there's been decades of companies who've been trying to crack the nut on deploying at large scale new stationary storage technology. It's been a challenge, especially once the deployment stage hits. This has really been a challenge. So just a few thoughts from my end. I'm not an investor, but having watched this sector for some time, the electricity sector is, let's say, uniquely challenging for technology scaling and business development. As I showed before, for the lithium ion case, the grid was like tier 3 or the third major customer class. And so support for not just one demonstration project, but multiple, and not just one deployment project, but like a multi-year pipeline that would allow companies to establish manufacturing lines, not just pilot lines, but really, establish manufacturing lines and business activities. This is would be something that we'll need to be thinking about, obviously, in the private sector side of things, as well as the government side of things going forward. So I think that I'll wrap up my slides, and feel free to reach out to me with any questions.
Thank you, Paul. And Paul's presentation really kind of set the framing that we need to think for long duration storage. We need to think beyond lithium ion, which is really a sort of open white space. And what we're going to hear now are 3 presentations of people who are trying to fill that white space. And these are technologies in various levels of maturity. So we're going to go straight with Yetmin Chang, and then Ichway, and then Asigan Henry.
Paul and you weren't here earlier when Madam Secretary said she is obsessed about long duration storage. And I'm really happy to say, we share that obsession. I want to begin by first saying a little bit about about DOE's role in getting us and me personally to this point. And Paul mentioned the RPE Days program. So around 6 years ago, there was another connection. in the Joint Center for Energy Storage Research, which is the energy storage hub, which is based at a national lab, based at Argonne National Labs. We had a project which is very long range, looking for the lowest possible cost of storage. Batteries, the lowest cost batteries you could imagine. Right? We came up with such a chemistry, but had a few flaws, such as you couldn't discharge it very fast. So you had to discharge it over multiple days. The question was, who needs this kind of storage? Right? And so that started an inquiry. And what happened was that I and one of my former energy co-founders, Marco Ferrero, we together started to do some use case modeling. We actually visited Paul down at RPE and said, look, this is what we're finding about the type of need this can satisfy. And that started this our work in long duration storage. And so let me go to this next slide here. Let's see. Oh, this is not forwarding for me. There we go. Okay. Well, recently we completed this study, The Future of Energy Storage. And Paul mentioned this number, 100 terawatt hours. Right? Now, that's a global number, right? To fully decarbonize the electricity system, 100 terawatt hours. And so that's a number that doesn't mean a whole lot to a lot of people, right? But one way to think about it is that if in the year 2050, we have 10 billion humans on the planet, 100 terawatt hours means that every 10 of those people has a battery the size of a EV battery pack supporting their electricity needs. So that's a way to put it in perspective. And it's not huge. It's not one battery pack per person. It's one every 10. Right? And so that's what 100 terawatt hour means. And the US percentage of that would be roughly 10 to 20 terawatt hours. So really, we're looking at scaling from where we are today to 10 to 20 terawatt hours of installed storage by mid-century. Right? That's the challenge. And to put it in perspective in a different way, lithium ion at the end of 2030, if we do what's in the plans, we'll be producing about 2.5 terawatt hours per year. Right. So, Skil, do you have a question?
Like a 4x gigawatts of 4-hour battery.
So just divide by 4. Right. So if we're a 4-hour battery,
has a question right there.
I just couldn't hear the question. The mic wasn't on. I was listening. That was my gesture.
Oh, yep. Ming will restate the question.
Yes, Skelly asked if we were to put that in terms of 4-hour batteries, how many terawatts is it? And so we just take that 100 terawatt hours and divide by 4, and it's 25 terawatts of power.
Well, the other way to put it is that the whole US electricity production annually is about 4,000 terawatt hours, roughly, slightly more. And we're talking about 100 terawatt hours of storage that we have to install. That's the goal.
That's the goal.
And globally, but about 25 terawatt hours in the United States.
25,000. 25,000
gigawatt hours.
25,000 gigawatts. Yes.
It's a lot, right? It's a lot. And so, you know, what I want to talk about is, you know, are there batteries that can scale in that way? The breakdown in terms of cost, it turns out that if you have a very, very low energy cost, that's what you need for longer duration storage. And, you know, there's this natural curve, which it breaks down this way, that if you have low energy costs, typically you have higher power costs. You know, we haven't quite figured out if this, why is there this behavior? You, of course, love to have something that's in the very bottom there, low cost of power and low cost of energy. But typically, if it's low cost of energy, it's higher cost of power. Right? And lithium ion are the classical short duration. But if we think about Paul's last plot, which said that for these longer durations, we're talking about sub 100 kilowatt hours. The tail end of lithium ion starts to get there. But really, we have to start looking at some of these newer technologies. And so I'll talk in particular about the ones that are in the blue box there. Right? And so there are options that have been developing. And we'll hear from Asagon about thermal storage later, so I won't say very much about that. Redox flow batteries, that's something that we hear, many of you have heard about. And here, it's a very attractive architecture, and I've spent a lot of time working on those myself. There are a number of low-cost chemistries that are in development, but not yet fully commercialized, right? And those will be able to hit a certain part of that duration segment. Vanadium redox is the most proven, but I think it's fairly agreed by now that vanadium is not a metal that we can rely on in terms of both cost and availability. Right? Mechanical energy storage, this is something that in this particular study we spent a chapter on as well. And so historically, the issue has been that anything mechanical has much lower energy density, so it has a larger footprint unless you go vertically, which is what some of the companies today are doing. Let's we used to be horizontal and turn it vertically so that the footprint is less. But it also brings along with it, challenges of geology. Pumped hydro, Paul referred to, it's not growing in the US, it is growing rapidly in other parts of the world. Right? I'm going to talk for the rest of my talk about metal air batteries. These have not previously been under consideration for large scale storage. Your hearing aid battery is a metal air battery. That's a zinc air battery that is simply discharged, but never recharged. We're talking here about metal air batteries that are rechargeable, right? And so a way to break it down in terms of installed cost on the vertical axis versus duration is that, if we think of long duration as something beyond, in the days program, the phrase was beyond the hour and the day, all right? So let's think about beyond a day. Well, we have a lot of options at the roughly, I would say, 12 to 24 hour, and that are starting to develop. But the reason iron air, a particular chemistry that I and my colleagues at Form have worked on, is attractive is because we think it can do multiple days, right? And it has a cost entitlement that's down around, as you see here, about $20 a kilowatt hour, potentially even lower in the future. So I want to tell you how we come to that conclusion and how we think that it can scale, right? So first, what is an iron air battery, right? And if you start hearing the phrase iron air battery, so you'll hear the phrase that it's rusting and unrusting of iron. And literally there's a bed of iron. This is a battery with a bed of iron. It stands vertically, right? And then it has another electrode which exchanges air in and out of the system. And when you discharge the battery, you always think spontaneously, what does the metal want to do? Well, it wants to rust, right? So discharging the battery is spontaneously energetically downhill. That's the rusting of the iron. And then when you charge the battery, you reverse that process. You unrust the iron. And you do so in a way that allows the electrons to go through the external circuit. And this is now a battery. It's an imperfect battery for many, many applications, right? For instance, it's a terrible battery for an electric vehicle, but it just so happens to be, we think currently the best battery for multi-day storage. Right? That's why it's of such interest. Okay, the steel-making supply chain looks something like this. You start with iron ore, and then there are a series of iron products of different value. Right? And today, because the electric arc furnace uses iron pellets, there are iron plants that produce these iron pellets. They're literally about 1 centimeter in diameter. They look like marbles, right? And so the ore is pelletized, and then it goes into a furnace that turns it into iron. And the realization that we had at Form was that if we intersected this supply chain where the iron cost was the lowest, this was where you could make the lowest cost iron air battery, right? And so DRI is the name for this material, direct reduced iron. Right? And the way it's made today and what it looks like in the supply chain is something like this, right? 2 iron barges together, it would be about 1 gigawatt hour of iron battery, right? So imagine a plant, and down the Mississippi comes these, or up the Mississippi, depending on where it's coming, the iron's coming from. 2 iron barges goes to a plant. One of these iron plants, which is shown here, produces in a year a 0.5 terawatt hour of iron air batteries, right? And so if you think about 0.5 terawatt hour and the goal is to get to 10, we need in this case, about 1 hour plant, 20 years of production of that 1 hour plant. So 20 years of production of one iron plant will get us to our goal. And we have a little over 20 years to get there, right? If we're in production by 2030, we have our 20 years to get there, right? So that tells you that in the US, this kind of a plant could satisfy our needs. Globally, to get to that 100 terawatt hours by 2050, it's actually less than 1% increase in the global iron production. And that's just because iron is used in steel making at such volume already, right? And I mentioned that this US supply chain already exists. This image at the bottom is a plant in Louisiana. And on the right, what you see in front of it are mounds of these iron pellets that I was referring to kind of give you a scale, a sense of scale. Right? So iron, we think, can do it, right? What is underway today is that there are 2 commercial pilots, which are not production. And you'll see that, Georgia Power, Great River Energy are 2 contracted pilots that Form has. And you see that these are small in the gigawatt hour scale, 1 to 1.5, 0.15 gigawatt hours. So it's not yet production scale, it's a pilot. But if those are successful, then we believe that this can scale in the way that you need. Right now, site selection for the first manufacturing plant is underway. It's going to be east of the Mississippi, and by that I don't mean Massachusetts. Right? Massachusetts is east of Mississippi, but it's going to be it's going to be on a waterway, right? Because iron is heavy, and we ship it by barge or by rail. Right? It's going to be in a part of the country where we used to produce coal, where we used to produce steel. Right? And so the plan is to ramp this first manufacturing plant over 3 years to a 50 gigawatt hour per year capacity. Right? And still, that's now still far short of where we need to be. But by 2030, we think we can get to hundreds of gigawatt hours. And if we get to that scale, then the rest is doable. Right? And so this is the beginning of the manufacturing journey that Form has underway. And then the final thing I want to just mention is that, iron by itself is part of an ecosystem. Today, we use natural gas to reduce that iron, those iron ore pellets to DRI. But the plan is to use green hydrogen. The steel making with green hydrogen, iron making with green hydrogen. And if so, you can see that there's a circularity here where that green hydrogen gets used to make iron, which is used for green steel, of course, but also for iron ore, which then supports the electricity system, right? So there really is this nexus between iron ore as a storage medium and clean steel making and hydrogen. Let me stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Yunping. This was terrific. And again, you saw a different beyond lithium ion, which no one in the world really has developed these technologies. So this is really at the cutting edge. But luckily, this is not the only technology. There are some competitive ones as well, which is good. And so next we'll hear from Ichwei, who will explain what he's doing and in a different approach, but with the same goal of long duration storage.
Thank you, Arun. Let me share the screen. So, sitting in Saudi Arabia right now, I don't know how good is my Wi-Fi signal. Can you see the slide? Okay.
Yes.
Hi, everybody. Let me, Madam Secretary and Arun and the rest of the advisory board, let me share with you one very exciting technology called metal hydrogen batteries. Let me give you an idea of what's that. But let me resonate back with what Paul just showed and a simplified version of that. And the grid-scale storage and to seasonal. This is the time scale right there. Let me just pick a number. I mean, it's order of magnitude similar MIT report. The world electricity 2019 is so many terawatt hour. Assuming you want to store this electricity, divided, 365 days, hours, and you store 72 hours total, only 72 by 3 days. This require 200 terawatt hour of batteries. That's a gigantic certainly market right there, right? Assuming $100 per kilowatt hour. This is the number we are looking into. Now I look at the mobile application, electric transportation mostly, and it's about 1.4 billion cars, trucks running on the road, assuming 70 kilowatt hour per car average. This is another 100 terawatt hour of battery. So if I add this together, this is what we are looking into. By 2050, we need 300 terawatt hour. What does that mean right there? Madam Secretary, with 30 years of lithium-ion battery production, all the plant adding together, and also all the committed plant, not even built yet, right? It's about 1 terawatt hour. We need 300 years to produce this. And we probably need to scale battery production 10 to 30 times in the coming roughly 10 to 20 years also. So the scale is so big. And then not only that, if you look at the requirement, the cost, Paul was showing you that plot, right? This is simplified version of my own calculation. And about 4 hours storage, you need the capital cost per kilowatt roughly around 200. If you go to a week, it's probably about 50. You go to seasonal, it needs to be less than $5 per kilowatt hour. So this is the cost. And what we need to also mention, you want this battery to run forever because you already put in such a big scale, huge investment. You really want it to run 30 years, right? If you use it 1 day, 1 cycle per day, it's 11,000 cycles. If you use it for, you want to use 3 cycles per day, that's 33,000 cycles. You better use a really long life cycle batteries right there, all long life. So you can have your investment leverage, the storage cost will be low per kilowatt hour. You want to get down to that couple of cents per kilowatt hour storage cost. And then one thing we also need to mention, you got to be maintenance free. You don't want people just go there to do the maintenance. And all the condition, extreme heat, solar has a lot of heat right there. That's plus 50 degrees C. And it's in the wind place, right? It's very cold. You better go down to minus 30 C. What battery chemistry can do that? If you cannot do that, you need to install air conditioning right there. You want it to be very safe. By the way, this happened over and over again. Large scale energy storage is catching fire. Just look at how many accidents in Korea right now, in the nation, in Arizona a couple of years ago, right? This big fire. And even use lithium iron phosphate. This is still catching fire. Lithium iron phosphate technology turn out it should be the safest technology, but it's still catching fire with this big energy storage. And then it's the recyclability. You want it to be easily recycled. So we are really not there yet with lithium ion. So, and about 4 or 5 years ago, in my lab at Stanford, we asked ourselves, well, what's the longest life battery chemistry ever invented by human history, 150 years of human history, right? If we compare the anode together, let's construct a new type of battery. So hydroxide become oxyhydroxide top right here is the longest life, one of the longest life chemistry. The anode chemistry turned out to be is hydrogen become water. It's half of the fuel cells. So these two, you put them together, you write the equation. It's a very nicely balanced equation. So we actually worked on this chemistry about 5 years ago. But pretty soon later, we found out we were not the first one. For 30 years, NASA has been using this battery chemistry to power Hubble telescope, the aviation application, the lifetime extremely long. It was already proven. But the cost was too high because they used platinum as the catalyst. Now we replaced by this transition metal oxide catalyst, tiny amount putting in, nickel, moly, cobalt base. And this just run forever. In my lab at the time, when we published this first paper, this run 10,000 cycles. After that, you only lose 5% capacity. This can run, 30,000 cycles. If you calculate the cost, this cost can go to $80 per kilowatt hour when it comes down to scale, right? This is super exciting to us. We say, well, this is fantastic. Can we do further innovation? to reduce the cost further, we know the nickel cost is $23 per kilogram. If the cathode chemistry, we can use manganese, that's $2 per kilogram. And once we go to iron, Yemen really like iron. I like iron too because it's dirt cheap. So if you can do this chemistry pair with hydrogen, and the cost will be even lower, you're expecting many times lower. So we indeed also invented the manganese hydrogen gas battery for the first time. This didn't exist before. It's a manganese become manganese dioxide, and it's hydrogen become a proton right there. So it's also very long life. So a couple of years ago, we say, well, let's look at this in a bigger scale. So I spun in Novanio. This is the company. To really try to push this towards market. And Novanio is building the cylinder cell. The diameter of the cylinder gas well is 4-inch diameter. It's 1 foot high. What turned out to be in Novanio now has a second version, and it's kind of 6 feet high. It's very long cylinder right there. Sealing hydrogen and water in there, right? Very long, zero accident. The safety testing from the third party showing, hi, you can shoot a bullet on there. You put this onto fire. So this is nothing happened. It's extremely safe. This really opened up not only for long duration storage, right? Really big farm, but also the building integrated energy storage because it's just so safe. And it's flexible storage. If minutes by minute, this can do fast charging, fast discharge, right? Kind of 6 minutes type of range, all the way to 72-hour storage. Zero maintenance. This is aqueous solution, potassium hydroxide, and go down to minus 40 degrees Celsius and go up to plus 60 degrees Celsius. It can be operated. So it's just fantastic chemistry right there. It's low cost capital cost for the long term. When we build our gigafactory, it will get to about that $80 per kilowatt hour. And indeed, in Novanio just shipped the product about a month ago, having purchased order 250 megawatt hour, already start to ship the product. And then the pre-order already coming in is 7 gigawatt hour of pre-order. Also now in Novanio is in the process of looking for the site to build gigafactory in the nation. So try to build out the whole supply chain. It's indeed very exciting to see the customers endorse this technology and say, well, this is exactly what they're looking for. Very long life and very safe. And they don't need to deal with the catching fire problem, the cost, storage cost per kilowatt hour over the lifetime, get you to that 1 to 3 cents per kilowatt hour storage type of range. So indeed, this is quite exciting. I'm also looking forward to seeing manganese can be used by Novanio. Then the cost will go down to that $20, $30 per kilowatt hour type of range. That will be super exciting. So with that, I think I should just pause and have a discussion later.
Thanks. Thanks, E. I didn't realize that you were calling in from Saudi Arabia, but it worked out. It all worked out.
Great.
So the last presentation is by Asig and Henry. And, we always think about electricity, but just so you know, more than 50% of the energy that we deliver is in heat. And we always kind of look at it separately. And heat thermal storage and electricity storage usually are two different things. What ASA is trying to do is to combine them and see if you could use heat for electricity storage and vice versa.
Can you hear me? Okay, great. Would you mind hitting that video on the right? Oh, it's up here. There it is. Okay. Let me start with a couple very basics, and Arun knows this well, but I want to frame why thermal energy storage is. I think so. Can you hear me okay? Okay. All right. I want to frame why thermal energy storage is special. Thermal energy, as Arun alluded to, is special in nature. There are different classifications of energy, and what I'm showing here is that they can be classified generally in kind of two categories, kinetic energy and potential energy. And the reason I want to focus on this for a second is so that it's clear why thermal energy storage has the potential to be so cheap. And what is special about thermal energy, as I'm showing on the left, is that there are two types we think about. One we call sensible heat, which ultimately derives from a change in the kinetic energy of the atoms. And what's special about thermal energy, as opposed to all the other things we've heard about today in terms of electrochemistry, is electrochemical batteries involve a small minority of the atoms that are actually responsible for the energy being stored. With thermal energy, what you get is much less energy per atom is stored, but everything is participating. So you get every atom in the entire block of whatever you paid for is participating. And then on the other side, you have potential energy, which ultimately is associated with the positions of the atoms. And so there's one component, kinetic energy, that comes from the velocities. Then there's the potential energy component that ultimately is associated with the positions. What's shown there is what we call latent thermal energy storage, which ultimately comes from like melting and solidification. And ultimately where the energy is coming from is a rearrangement of the atomic bonds, of where the positions of where the atoms are located with respect to each other. Can we go to the next slide? So from a very fundamental perspective, thermal energy can be very, very cheap. What was the big realization that I would say happened within the last 5 years that brought thermal energy storage into the discussion was the realization that cost mattered more than efficiency. For many years, we kind of discarded thermal energy storage as a reasonable option for storing electricity because the efficiency we know is going to take a hit. And that's just a thermodynamic second law limitation. But once we realized that you could actually get to the 50–60% range of efficiency and that actually might be still competitive, then thermal energy storage became a very interesting option because the energy cost of storing energy can be extremely low in the range of $1 to $10 a kilowatt hour. So 10 to 100 times cheaper than lithium ion. The interesting thing is, again, to this point about as compared to electrochemistry, all the atoms are participating, so you actually get to the same energy densities as lithium ion, even though it's much less energy per atom. The other thing that's important to realize is that because, particularly if you're talking about sensible heat storage, where we're just talking about speeding the atoms up and allowing them to cool down and slow down, that in principle can have infinite cycle life. There's no real degradation mechanism associated with speeding some atoms up and causing them to cool down. Where you get issues is when you're swapping bonds and you go through some aspect of a transformation that's not reversible and you can't go back and forth between them. The other thing is that these kinds of batteries, thermal batteries, can be made out of abundant materials, essentially make it out of the cheapest things on earth, dirt. And another interesting thing is that they may not need new manufacturing. And what I mean by this is kind of fundamentally, when you have a new battery chemistry, you have to create a new manufacturing facility to create the battery. In the case of thermal batteries, these are generally made out of a bunch of components that already exist, that are already manufactured for other purposes. So the value chain and the supply chain is very different, and you may be able to take advantage of the already existing scaling that exists for other applications. The last thing I want to point out in terms of a particular advantage is what I'll call physical economies of scale rather than your normal economies of scale. Usually it's a manufacturing economy of scale where you go bigger, you make more widgets and you get a lower cost. Here, what I mean is that for thermal storage, the bigger it is, the better it performs. And what I mean by that is the heat that you lose, generally speaking, you will lose some heat. That heat leakage scales with the surface area of the size of this thermal storage unit, while the amount of energy you're storing scales with the volume. And so the bigger you make it, the smaller that surface area to volume ratio becomes. And so just by virtue of making an individual installation, not thousands of installations, one installation, very large, you end up actually improving things and making it more cost effective. Now, the big disadvantage, the main reason this was not initially in the discussion 10, 15, 20 years ago is because of the efficiency. So we're not, I don't think there's any thermal storage option that's going to get you an efficiency above 70%. They're all going to be lower efficiency than that. And the other, I would say, thing to be concerned with, and why I say up there in terms of the cost, $1 to $10 a kilowatt hour we think, is because the main challenges we have to do with the system and infrastructure costs, the actual installation costs, the construction costs, the integration and transport challenges, getting the heat in and out of things. Those basic issues, which are things that we tend to understand very well, are the hurdles that we have to overcome. It's also not easily scaled down. So for this, the same advantage you get from making it big also makes it hard to make it small, and it also work well. So you pay an efficiency penalty if you try to scale it down. So these need to be very big. Just to walk through one cost argument so you can understand why this gets to like single-digit dollars per kilowatt hour. Take, for example, sensible heating and carbon. You have cheap carbon you can buy for 50 cents a kilogram. You divide that by the heat capacity multiplied by the temperature range over which you're swinging it. Let's say that's 500 degrees. And if you get to a round trip efficiency of 50%, that's in the denominator. You pay a penalty for that, but this comes out to 10 to the minus $6 per joule, which is about $3.6 per kilowatt hour. So this is kind of the starting point for why the cost is so cheap, is because at the very basic level, there's nothing special about these numbers. These numbers are similar for lots of materials. The key is that you're storing the energy in the kinetic energy of the atoms. We go to the next slide. So I'm going to run through some options that exist, some technologies that are being developed. I'll give you a few notes about the pros and cons, and to give you some sense of their status. Please take anything I say in regards to talking about someone else's technology with a grain of salt. This is just my best guess based on what I could find on the internet and through my conversations with folks that are involved. So one option is to use, again, you want to use very cheap materials. Why not? We always talk about cement. Why not use cement as a very cheap material? There's a company, Energy Nest, doing this up to about 400 degrees C in air. Presumably, they could run a steam cycle with this. Steam cycle efficiency is going to be down 35% or less because they're so low in temperature, but it can work. This could presumably get to $10 a kilowatt hour range. And I believe they are particularly focused on supplying heat for industry at this point, but it could in theory be used to supply electricity. And so that's the key component that's needed here, is converting back to electricity and looking at what the final cost would be. We know, next slide. Another premier option that is getting a lot of attention is Malta. Malta's got the idea of trying to increase the round trip efficiency by essentially running a giant air conditioner, or what we call a heat pump. So it's an air conditioner run in reverse. If you think about an air conditioner, the inside of your house gets cooler, the outside gets hotter. So they put the hot side as next to their thermal storage, and that's how they store the heat in a molten salt. I don't think that their cost could be anything less than $30 a kilowatt hour, just based on the cost of the salt alone. But all their components, as they advertise, I think have essentially been proven. There was a picture I put on an earlier slide of a molten salt tank for a concentrated solar power plant. So this basic infrastructure has been proven out. And so it'll be, just remains to be seen what their final costs are and any integration challenges they run into, but they are building a commercial demo and are on their way. Next slide. There's another option, which is cryogenic storage. So instead of trying to store something hot, use the environment itself as your hot reservoir and store something cold instead. So they liquefy air, store liquid air, and then in a tank, and then when you want electricity back, allow it to expand and use the ambient air or some auxiliary heat source that might have come from some industry to heat the air back up and get electricity back. And so this is another option. I saw that their costs were quoted somewhere in the range of $150 a kilowatt hour, so not cheap enough, but it is one of the options on the table. Next slide. This is, I guess, the area that I'm most excited about, which is really, really high temperature thermal storage. There's a company, 1414, that's been around. 1414 is special because that is the melting point of silicon. Silicon is another cheap element that you can get. I have talked to these folks. I do not know exactly what heat engine they are using. I don't know what their efficiency is. Therefore, I can't make any strong claims about what their cost can or will be, or the efficiency. But I know one challenge that they will have to deal with is they are trying to get the latent heat out of silicon, which is anomalously large. It's actually like 4 times larger than most other elements. So almost 2 megajoules per kilogram. And I know that this also introduces a lot of issues with respect to cyclic freezing in the container. So they're going to have silicon that becomes molten and then freezes and then becomes molten, and that's their cycle. So I know that that's one challenge that they've got to overcome. There's another company in the space, Thermal Battery Corporation. This is the one I know most intimately. They are storing energy at temperatures higher than I think you'll find in any other application, 1900 to 2400 degrees Celsius. This is the same temperature range as a incandescent light bulb. They're using graphite or carbon as the storage medium and using thermal photovoltaics. So the entire infrastructure is glowing white hot. So instead of using a turbine, they actually use PV to convert the heat back to electricity. They also use liquid metal to move heat around so they can separate the storage from the power block. So the charging rate, discharging rate, and amount of energy stored are all decoupled parameters. So they can size the system. They can play at the 1 hour time scale. So they can make a battery that discharges in 1 hour, 10 hours, or 100 hours. Whole spectrum they could do. And the components have been demoed. And then there's another company with a similar derivative technology called Antora, similar thing in the sense of using graphite storage, thermal photovoltaics, targeting greater than 40% round trip efficiency and similar cost range. The main distinction is no liquid metal. They have like an all-in-one system. Next slide. There's one more class of energy storage that I think should be mentioned in thermal storage, which is thermochemical, which is where you use heat to actually drive an endothermic chemical reaction. So imagine not necessarily just breaking the bonds in one material, but separating two materials. In this case, it's in metal oxide and separating out the oxygen. So this is a really cool concept. They've demonstrated over 1,000 hours of operation. I'm not sure how low cost it will be, but they are in the process of scaling up and operating at 1,500 degrees C, where they could use presumably like a combined cycle to get to like 60% or so on their round trip efficiency. So another very attractive option to look at. So I'll stop there. Maybe we can take some questions.
Well, thank you very much. We will have another session after lunch on the questions. But if I could just kind of summarize and maybe highlight some maybe gaps.
Sure.
If you just step back from all the discussion, essentially the key is that if you want to go to long duration storage, it has to be really cheap, cheaper than lithium-ion batteries. Lithium-ion batteries are great for short duration, diurnal, daily kind of storage. But if you want to have larger integration of renewables, you will need longer duration, and that has to be cheaper than lithium ion, and lithium ion bill of materials doesn't get there. So you need new technology. And this is not just an American thing. This is a global issue. And no one has the technology yet. And so what was presented out here are 3 of a few others as well of technologies that are being developed with dirt cheap material or cheap material and processes that are reasonably efficient to bring down the cost to scales on the or to about $20 a kilowatt hour or low, because that's what the longer you store, the cheaper it has to get. That's really the message. And we heard about from iron air storage, from manganese hydrogen storage, and now thermal storage. I would add, though, that I know that hydroelectric, which is the only scaled storage today, addition to maybe hydrogen or compressed air, if you take a current hydroelectric plant with all the transmission lines already built there, turning that into pumped hydro, because the infrastructure is already there, that's pretty cheap. That's about $10 a kilowatt hour or lower. Of course, there are regulatory issues to overcome in terms of building a pool and pumping the water up. But those are regulatory issues. In terms of technology, that's a scalable technology today. I just wanted to throw it to you all to see are we missing something that is scalable today in terms of technologies that are cheap enough for storage and deployable today.
If I could do my version of trying to provide some sense of scale, there was a slide on mine that was, I think, 2 or 3 back. I could show you the size of a gigawatt hour thermal battery. It's about a quarter the size of a football field. To get to 100 terawatt hours, we're talking about building 1,000 of those every year for the next 30 years straight. That means 3 of those are coming online every single day for the next 30 years. It's important to get your mind around the scale of these things. I don't think that that level of storage or that level of capability exists outside of some of the options that we're talking about.
Let me mention one which actually relates to this area of thermal storage. You know, for thermal storage, as Askham pointed out, the costly part is the heat to electricity. Right? And so if you look for places where you already have heat to electricity installed, but you don't want to use the plant anymore, well, that would be a coal-fired power plant. Right? And so in the future of energy storage study, one of the options, which seems like a relatively near-term option, is to take a decommissioned coal power plant and put in renewable electricity to heat on the front end and just use that thermal mass to heat the steam. Right? And so that is potentially a fast, a quickly deployable option.
So I want to connect the dots between what you just said to place-based initiatives, where coal plants are being shut down, but the infrastructure for the grid and the steam turbine is still there.
Exactly.
And that is a potential opportunity for storage, for thermal storage, electricity thermal storage.
Yeah. I think for any of the storage options, if you can do it brownfield rather than greenfield, you're better off. Yeah.
What about the combination? What about the combination of your approaches?
I think, you know, so hybridizing storage is something that we think about with respect to vehicles and therefore naturally with respect to grid. So I think the hybridization of, let's say, sub-day lithium ion with long duration makes a lot of sense. You know, it turns out that the long duration storage approaches tend to be less efficient. That's one of the flaws you have to live with, right? And if it's short duration, fast cycling, those can really hurt you in a number of ways, including you got to get rid of the heat, right? And so that I think that's certainly something that I and my colleagues talk about, whether or not you might want to pair something like low-cost lithium ion with multi-day storage.
So I know that the secretary has to leave at 12:15, and we do have a time constraint. So I want to ask the Madam Secretary if you would like to address and I have any questions for the team out here.
I do. Are we having, because I will be back, are we having a question and answer session on this subject after lunch?
Yes.
Okay.
The answer is yes.
Yeah, I'm happy to do that then. Let me just ask one quick question so that I am fully understanding. And this is, I think, for Yet-Ming on Form Energy. Just a question about how many cycles rusting and derusting can last.
Yeah. Well, one of the things about long duration storage is that, you know, as a battery, you cycle less over a typical utility lifetime. And so if it's a 20-year lifetime, you may only cycle it fully about 200 times. Right? And so the cycle life targets can be much, much less than what you would typically aim for an electric vehicle, for example, where you're aiming for 1,500 cycles. Right? And so, you know, we factor that in. You know, we think in terms of, you know, 200 cycles, 80%, and that's something that, you know, and there's the contingency of if you have to replace it, it's relatively low cost material. Right? But that is, you know, again, one of every battery has its flaws.
Yeah.
Right? The lowest cost battery usually has the lowest energy density and the shortest cycle life. Right? But we think it's something that can be lived with. Right?
So because if I heard this right, Dr. Shui said that you know, you want to strive for, right, 33,000 cycles or something like that. And I'm wondering, Dr. Shui, in the version that you talked about, that's what you're able to achieve, is that level of duration?
Yes, Madam Secretary, yes, that's what we have been able to achieve. So the argument is, the more you use, actually, the more money return you're going to have, right? If you already put that installation right there, and you say, hi, actually, there's many use cases. Every day you want to use it 3 cycles, because looking at the curve of fluctuation. And then not only doing day by day, you can also do 2 days, 3 days. If there's a bad day coming, there's not enough solar, you already have the storage right there. That's the cases of cycle life. Why it's so important? Yet's case, Yet Ming's case is different. He's thinking about, hey, he will store this, and then once you need electricity, you just continue output the electricity for many days, maybe months. Instead of doing this daily cycle, 2-day cycle. So it's a different use case. At the end, it looks like it's a combination of a few technologies together can solve from minutes to seasonal storage altogether.
Dr. Jackson's point. Okay, let me, go ahead. I just have to
Please
jump.
go, Madam Secretary.
I was
Please
just
go
going to
ahead.
say, I've got to jump in 1 minute, but did you want to respond to that?
Oh, yeah, I just want to say that when it comes, the longer the duration, the better off a trade it is to aim for lower cost at the expense of cycle life. And that's a design trade. Yeah.
Okay, that's helpful clarification. I know I'll have more, and I'm sure the team will all have more after lunch. I'm grateful for the opportunity to get one in, and I'll see you guys back, I think, at 12:45 is what I have.
12:45. We'll come
Okay,
back at 12,
super.
half an
We'll
hour.
see you. We'll see you then. Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we're back again after lunch, and we had a terrific discussion. First with the grid resilience and heating in the Western heat wave. And then the natural direction was to look at storage. And so we had 4 presentations. Each way could not be here. He dialed in from overseas, and he's going to the airport right now. But we have the opportunity to ask some questions to Paul, Yet Ming, and Asik and Henry. And so let's just open it up for questions. I know there were several that were discussed over lunch, and I'm sure there are many more. So let's just open it up. And if you could just, make your name tag vertical, that would be a, good way to start. Must be the lunch. Okay, Phil. Oh, Madam Secretary, do you want to get started?
I'm happy to let Phil. I do have let me just throw this out as a question, and maybe I'll ask Dr. Albertus, because it seems like you were, of the presentations, you're probably the one that's not associated with a particular a company, but you've evaluated the sort of scope of things.
That's right, yeah.
And I'm wondering so we have to obviously incentivize a lot of activity. But if you were like in our shoes right now, me or the advisory board, what would you advise us in terms of the smart bet or bets for us that gets you excited in terms of both cost and really the other factors that have been mentioned? Like what really would you focus on with limited resources that we have, even though they're good resources, but they are somewhat limited?
Good question. Also a hard one. I'd say one quick qualifying comment. One challenge for the grid is that there's so many technologies that can work. Unlike in automotive transport, because there's a very strict requirement for energy per mass or volume, there's very few options there. It's the opposite in grid, where there's dozens of ways, and there's been dozens of companies. And I think if I kind of reflect on my own time at RPE and other DOE activities, I think that makes it harder to establish a kind of clear technology roadmap that other technologies have. Hydrogen has a very clear roadmap. Battery technology for vehicles is a very clear roadmap from very early stages out toward supporting pilot production. That is more difficult to do for stationary storage. So I'll make that comment. I don't think I want to pick particular technology winners, and
I knew you were going to say that.
sorry. It is a little tough. The other comment I make is you can look at what's changed, right? Like this has been a situation for 30 years, right? The idea of stationary storage is not new. This has been going on for many decades. And I'd say we've never had a really new stationary storage technology specifically for grid that's ever been deployed at large scale. Even this like hydrogen project that was recently done in Utah, hydrogen electrolyzers are used for other applications, right? It's a hydrogen turbine. So bringing forward a really new technology for grid, it's tough. And I think that there's some things that are different now. I think that many utilities that have very clear requirements around decarbonization, other decarbonization goals, that's a fundamental difference compared to 5 or 10 years ago. Another one is private capital. So for example, Form has raised almost $1 billion, if I'm not incorrect yet, feel free to correct me, but this is not something that grid storage companies used to be able to do. Usually they'd raise a few tens of millions, the VCs want to pull out in 5 years and they fold it. And there's many, many examples of that happening. ESS recently went public, right? That's a structural difference compared to what happened in the past. So that's what I would kind of think about if I'm the DOE, like, are we at a position where we can establish or where you can establish a clear roadmap around specific technologies as other offices do? Challenging, but things like the Loan Program Office, other kind of deployment projects, I think I mentioned in my slides, are the things that can be done for multiple early stage demonstration projects, multiple deployment projects. I think that because of the focus in grid in particular on low cost, large scale, bankable, you can insure it, guarantee, that's what the grid customer is. And that's why lithium ion ended up going to grid third. It's not a first market. It's kind of like a bottom feeder in a certain way, at least historically. And so that's a fundamental challenge that private capital is going to have, and also the DOE can think about. How can grid, which wants these low cost, mature assets, they're not going to pay 30% margins. How can the DOE and private capital overcome these barriers if one or more of these technologies will come forward? And I think that's a good thing to think about and something that is worth considering. Sorry, I didn't answer directly.
I knew it. It's okay. Hey, where in Michigan are you from?
I grew up in Rochester Hills.
Okay, very good.
Yeah.
Michiganders. Paul, can I just follow up on that question? Since you have been at DOE and ARPA-E and looked at the other storage programs, et cetera, is it fair to say that we as a nation and DOE will be well served if there are some technology agnostic targets for performance all the way to not just for R&D, but to kind of later stage demonstration for bankability, and thereby creating maybe not one roadmap, but a few roadmaps, maybe 2 or 3, towards the 25 terawatt-hour scale that is needed?
Yeah, I think that's worth thinking about. One other kind of challenge for the grid topic is that unlike cars, where you can come up with $100 per kilowatt hour and certain power metrics, because there's so many applications on the grid, it also makes it harder to establish cross-cutting metrics. And that is kind of a tricky thing. And I think as we heard in the quick comment before the break also, there's 200 cycles is fine if you're doing 100-hour storage duration. If you're cycling twice a day or something, that's not the right target. So certainly different durations require different kinds of targets in terms of efficiency, in terms of cost. So there could be, potentially multiple type roadmaps with targets that would be put in place. I think for the long duration Earthshot, the number that came up with was a 10x reduction, right? So kind of leaving a little bit fuzzy in terms of what exactly those targets would be. But I think it's possible, but it would require really good grid modeling and kind of scenario development for what role storage may play. One other quick comment is that long duration storage is in competition with other things. For example, natural gas with carbon capture and sequestration. Right, there's a future in which we don't need any long duration storage. If there's a large scale up of dispatchable natural gas plants with CCS, And so there's that, like these different scenarios of how we might decarbonize the grid, I think also adds a little bit of complexity to developing some of the scenarios for what kinds of storage, what attributes it might be needed.
Thank you. Any other questions? I know that Phil, you had a.
Yeah, just curious as to kind of the use cases for some of the storage. We talk about long duration, and I'm not sure I'm getting a clear handle. I think yet you mentioned maybe 10 cycles a year as kind of the as you wouldn't want to go beyond that, which or where's the best economics for this long duration storage, and Dr. Henry as well from your perspectives.
Yeah, the focus on multi-day for form comes out of a lot of data analytics and where you can have the biggest impact, and also where the technology can meet the cost. Right?
Is it 2 days, 3 days?
Well, we picked 100 hours,
100
but
hours.
you know, if you were to, you know, if there's this classic slide that shows the 365 days a year of the year in 2021 for Texas, and the gap between demand and renewable generation. And when you look at that, you see, okay, I find those multi-day gaps there, and it becomes pretty clear. So it's very locationally specific, number one, right? And so, yeah, I think, there was a comment about how a lot of modeling tends to be too macroscopic in the earlier session. So I think that what we see is that at the academic level to address a broader audience, it tends to be very macroscopic, but at the commercial level, for instance, you know, what we do in-house, it's very locationally specific, and you really drill down on that location. So you have to build, you know, what's the right battery for that location. You have to make that use case. Your point about long duration being a fuzzy definition is correct. And I think that that's one of the, you know, I was going to, if we're allowed to ask questions of each other, I was going to ask, oh, you know, you wouldn't answer the question about, you know, who are the winners and losers, right? But the question is, you know, if you were to look at it in terms of number of really good shots on goal, you know, is there such a rich pipeline that you have trouble choosing, or are there really only a few good options?
Yeah. So one quick comment on that. I think I would separate the analysis a little bit between intraday, let's call it less than 20 hours, and things that are 100 hours or something like that. I think the number of options for 100 hours is very small. So iron-based is one of the very few. Hydrogen project that was done in Utah, basically storing a fuel in a rock cavern. That would be on the list. There are not many others that are at 100 hours. So that's one comment. I think it is easier to pick winners at 100 hours for many, at that kind of duration. The place where it's harder is sub 20 hours. The thermal technologies certainly have a good shot in there. There are a variety of other battery technologies, et cetera. So that's where it gets harder, where there still are a few different ones. One thing I would say is that I think doing, you know, very careful cost analysis at a full system level goes a long ways. And also the scale up analysis. I think Yet pointed out, you know, you basically need to integrate into an existing supply chain. And that makes a huge difference. So it's not just the dollar per kilowatt hour of the deployed system in the end, it's also how much money needs to be spent to make your first factory that can produce a gigawatt hour per year, or 10 gigawatt hours per year, or 100 gigawatt hours per year. And so following that path carefully for all the components, what needs to be new, what needs a brand new pilot line that's never been done before, what can we kind of take off the shelf? That kind of scaling up analysis, I think, is a really important one. And it's different than lithium ion. Lithium ion, there was these two first large markets of portable electronics and first luxury vehicles, essentially, which we're not going to have a grid. And so that's, I think, what the criteria I'd use to kind of think through that, and it could be helpful for folks in DOE as they think through this also. To answer your question,
I think that's a very good, it's an excellent point in the ability to leverage existing supply chains and infrastructure. And if you can leverage that and turn it around into grid scale storage, that's certainly has an accelerant in terms of what can be done quickly. Any other? No, you had it, or you already asked something. Any other?
So one of the slides you had, Paul, that was very interesting, showed how much energy is stored through gas. And the question I have is whether hydrogen, if a DOE is successful in its very exciting Earthshot, which aims to reduce the price of green hydrogen to $1 per kilogram by 2030, which is, by the way, a pretty significant, it'd be pretty significant achievement, since a kilo of hydrogen has about the same energy content as a gallon of gasoline. But if DOE is able to help drive down the price of hydrogen through innovation, through the policy support that the Inflation Reduction Act is providing with these regional hydrogen hubs that are being developed, could hydrogen basically then provide that kind of seasonal energy storage in a cost-effective way? Should policy makers be thinking of hydrogen as being perhaps a key part of the energy mix in the future with respect to energy storage?
Yeah, sure. Good question. I'd say that in Japan and Europe, hydrogen is very important for the long duration topic, right? It's maybe the US is maybe not the one who's most active on the hydrogen front in terms of its potential future role. I should also mention the largest underground hydrogen storage facility in the world is in the United States. It was, when we were doing research for the DAYS program, we talked to the company, I think Air Liquide, it's in Louisiana or Mississippi or something. It basically backs up the hydrocrackers for the oil production facility along the Texas coast. There's a 100-mile hydrogen pipeline, et cetera. I think it stores several tens of gigawatt hours, if I recall correctly. So the limitation there is siteability, and that's one, I think, other important part of this. That particular facility was mined from a salt cavern. So basically, there was salt underground. They pump water down, salt water comes up, and they basically evaporate it. So, and that's very, very high quality storage. You might think, oh, why don't we just use our existing natural gas, extensive natural gas system for doing hydrogen storage? And this is an area of research. Historically, the hydrogen program did not look at this that much. That's changed. There's a lot more interest in underground hydrogen storage and what kind of attributes would be needed. I think hydrogen's a little bit more bioactive under the ground than natural gas, if I recall. But this is something that is possible in principle, but there's certain locations where these underground storage facilities need to be located. And obviously the recent LPO award for the Utah project makes use of a cavern that is in a great position for storing hydrogen and return it to the right place on the electricity sector. I think the approach that Form is taking, for example, is siteability, right? You can put these things anywhere. And so maybe you can locate that near where a coal-fired power plant used to be that does not need to have an underground cavern next to it as well. And so that's, I think, maybe the limitation on the hydrogen side for real scale up is that it's maybe more of a site by site. The cost of putting it into cylinders that you bury or something is much higher than what you get from a cavern. Does that answer your question?
I think Yetping has a follow-up.
Yeah, in the future storage study, we looked at hydrogen as a long duration storage option. And, first I agree with what Paul said, that to get the cost entitlement for 100 hours, it has to be underground, right? But the related point that came out of, and again, this is my colleagues who wrote that particular section, but I can at least recap the results, is that in the same way that if you have lithium ion capacity, grid storage is competing with EVs, and probably EVs will win, right? In demand. For hydrogen, there are other more valuable uses of hydrogen. And so in a sense, you're competing against those uses, and probably long duration storage will lose, because there'll be more valuable uses of that hydrogen.
What about turning that hydrogen into ammonia?
As a storage.
As a storage. Because You know, we know how to do that with Haber-Bosch process, right? And then you can burn hydrogen or get the hydrogen back from
Yep.
denitrification.
That's true. Good, and my technical mind immediately goes to, okay, what is the additional energy involved and how it comes out in the techno-economic analysis? It's certainly doable. Right?
Has that been studied? I mean, you guys wrote a report.
I don't think we did not look at that.
Okay.
Yeah, this is the round efficiency issue, right? Right now, we mine fossil fuels and then we convert them to electricity or heat. That can be whatever, 60% efficient for electricity, potentially. If you make a fuel, then go back again, you're in the 30s or even 20s. And that, you know, if you're throwing away 2/3 of the energy, it, you know, the economics may work, but that's tough, right? You have to kind of believe in the unlimited future amounts of electricity from wind and solar or some other kind of thing. Not unlimited, but you know, the economics look a little bit different when you're down at those low round-trip efficiencies.
Especially since the Haber-Bosch process itself is so energy intensive. One wonders if there's a better comparison on electrolyzers, but of course the electrolyzers are still very expensive, so.
I mean, the other obvious option would be to make natural gas, right? You can take CO2, hydrogen, make methane, and the US has a huge grid. You have to get the CO2, but same issue. You're going to end up with pretty low run efficiency as well.
And make sure methane is addressed as well.
Right, not leaking and things, yeah.
Shirley?
Thank you. So mine is a simple question, Paul. And maybe it's to all of you. What assumptions are built into your projections having to do with energy demand across all sectors? Not just transportation, but industrial, commercial, and how does that play into, you know, building the facilities you're talking about, and residential? I mean, who's thinking about the watt gain being the watt not used? But I'm just interested and curious about how the demand projections play into how many terawatts we're going to need. And because the built environment comprises a large fraction of our energy use, and not just for heating. So can anyone speak to that? And Paul, can you in particular?
Sure. I am not an energy projection person per se. I think most of these predictions take current energy use, expected GDP growth, and draw gentle lines upward in so many words. So that's where most of this stuff comes from in terms of future. There is a much more detailed set of calculations and modeling that I think Yet also mentioned for projecting future electricity grids, right? And there's the high nuclear version, there's the high natural gas version with CCS, there's the high renewables version and mixtures of these things. There's obviously also thermal storage within buildings for refrigeration, residential, commercial. But in terms of the actual total amount of energy use, you know, there are assumptions about efficiency, for example, with heat pumps or things like this. But I think the total numbers, people more or less just project current numbers plus some kind of growth factor for GDP or other type items. Does that answer your question?
No, but it's okay.
Okay. Nobody else wants to take that one?
I see.
Yeah, I can comment on that question. I think many of the numbers I've seen simply look at the projection of what it will take to decarbonize just the electricity sector alone, but there's an important factor in there, which is if you decarbonize transportation by electrifying, you essentially double the size of the grid. If you add industry and you electrify industry, you get almost another 3, you know, so it's like the grid's going to get about 3 times bigger. I don't think the numbers we're talking about really account for that or include that. So it's actually bigger than we're saying. And I wanted to go back to make also a comment on the question that was raised around trying to maybe pick winners or best shots at this point. And my sense is that it kind of doesn't matter. The reason it doesn't matter is because the scale of the problem is so huge. You could easily, you know, just to put the numbers to it, right? Like if you were to try to deploy with what we have today at like roughly $300 a kilowatt hour lithium ion, 100 terawatt hours is $30 trillion, right? And so what we're talking about is spend some money on R&D, which equates to pennies compared to that scale of investment to save tens of trillions of dollars. And so I think that it kind of doesn't matter who wins. What probably matters most from the United States energy security standpoint is that many of the players in the game right now are US-based companies. And this is an opportunity for the United States to step out ahead. Pausing, hesitating, or not rushing right now gives everybody else a chance to get to the table and possibly take what will largely become the largest resource ever deployed. This is our chance to be at the forefront of it.
That's very well said. And if I could just follow up on that, saying that President Biden has a goal of, having the US electric grid to be decarbonized, 100% carbon free by 2035. And that puts the impetus on the technology folks to kind of accelerate. So my question to you is that, okay, if we have to do that by 2035, we have to make it at least 80% carbon free by 2030, because the last 20% is where long duration storage really could come in handy, right? Or even a little bit before that. So my question to you is that of all the different pathways that you see, yes, there are multiple pathways and many shall win, right? What are we looking at by 2027, 2026, 2030? Are we going to be there in terms of the readiness of the technology to be deployed? Maybe not at the 25 terawatt hour level, but even a few terawatt hour level. Where are we going to be? If all the ducks line up and we accelerate the technology, can we be there as a nation?
I got another question. None of us wants to answer that question.
Yeah, why don't you talk about this? I mean, so Forma is of all the companies I know with long duration storage, Forma is probably the largest, highest funded, kind of greatest concentration of resources on that topic. Do you want to talk about where Forma might be by late 2020s yet? That could be helpful.
Yeah, I put numbers on a slide, right? And with a fractional terawatt hour by 2030, I think is reasonable, right? Multiple
with maturing today's technology.
Right. If in the next 3 years, it's the one plant, next 3 years, we can get to 50 gigawatt hours, right? And then by 2030, you can imagine hundreds of low hundreds of gigawatt hours. Right.
Yeah, I was going to, you made an interesting point about none of us want to answer the question. I don't hesitate to be the naysayer. I think the simple answer to the question is no. We won't be there. I think that the target of decarbonizing by 2035 is not realistic. It's not going to happen. I think we can and we should accelerate as fast as we can, but I don't think we have a shot at meeting that. I think the manufacturing hurdle, the deployment hurdle. I mean, we were having conversations about all kinds of transmission projects are stuck in the queue. There are some very core problems that have to happen for us to be able to accelerate deployment at that scale that have not been solved, that really have nothing even to do with storage. And I think that there's several miracles that'll need to happen just to get close to that, but I don't think that that's realistic. I also think it's probably not realistic or useful for us to think of the deployment of storage as though it will be linear. So there may be some development time, and it's extremely concave up, as I would imagine. And so I don't think that we should expect that just draw a line between the 2 points and say we have to just accelerate at this rate. And so I think it'll take some more time to get ready, but there will be essentially kind of an explosion at some point of deployment, because a solution that is not geographically limited and can largely be deployed in some semi plug and play way, just like a turbine will have evolved, will have meet the cost metrics. There won't be fear around its safety, and these things will all these boxes will get checked, and that's the technology or suite of technologies that will be getting just deployed as fast as people can make it.
Paul, do you have any thoughts on this? Or
I think nothing to add right now. I already talked a lot.
Well, I think that we live in a world of stretch goals. If you don't have a stretch goal, you don't meet the non-stretch goal. So you have to have those stretch goals. And if we weren't optimists, we wouldn't be here in the first place. I mean, I think Askan has right. You know, it's going to be a hockey stick, and predicting exactly where, when, and where that hockey stick is difficult. Right? But you know, my argument was that for iron air as one technology, won't be the only one. You know, it's not impossible. Right? It's not impossible. And when you look at the supply chain issues and the fact that, you know, this isn't a technology that requires gigafactories of the lithium ion type. That's just really difficult technology. And there you just look at the equipment that needs to be built, the manufacturing equipment that needs to be built out. And that's a much heavier lift than what we're talking about here, shipping iron in barges and building things that look like washing machines. Right. Yeah. So that's why, you know, I think, you know, researchers are used to, they're used to the question, you know, will it work? I think that we're all getting used to the question, if it works, will it scale? Right. And that's, I think, the really big change in mindset. And, you know, if you think of when climate change became a spoken word that was in the, you know, mid-2000s, I think it's taken us roughly 15 years to get this innovation and research community get their heads around what really is required. And just the pace of innovation is amazing right now. I find it, you know, incredible. There's just so many interesting new ideas. Right, I'm getting away from the what can we deploy by 2030 thing, but you know, I think the mindset is changing. You know, we really the focus on how to scale.
If I could just add on the stretch goal,
yeah.
In 2010, Secretary Chu and I launched Sunshot as a stretch goal to reduce the cost of solar electricity to less than 5 cents a kilowatt hour by 2020. That was done in 2017. The difference is, at that time, there was already a learning curve on solar technology to bring the cost down. And for these technologies, we are not quite there at the learning curve. So the faster we can get to some kind of deployment and practice, we can then learn from this and become more efficient. So the faster we get to kind of units out there, I think the better off we are in creating that learning curve and then getting learning rates of 25%, 30% in sort of doubling the capacity and bring the cost down. I think, does that make sense to all? Okay.
What other comment I'll
Sure.
make?
Okay, so,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
okay, so I'm gonna still be the dog with the bone here. So in thinking about challenges, have we thought about how what you would do would play into a densely urban environment, which is actually how most people around the world live, compared to not? It doesn't obviate anything that you're talking about. But do cities offer an interesting opportunity to think of an approach that integrates more the built environment, transportation systems, and communication systems in ways that would begin to address some of these issues? Okay. I know of work that people are doing where they're looking at literally urban canyons, embedding microturbines in buildings, using those to power systems in buildings, using solar concentrating panels to heat water, use that in heat pumps, have it controlled, you know, with intelligent systems, using nanostructured desiccant materials to take moisture out of the air in buildings to condition it, so there's less energy or power demand. And then how does that play into, you know, the kind of storage systems and so on, or any that we're talking about? I really don't hear us. We kind of get into where we are. But are there some unique opportunities having to do with the very coupling of systems in certain kinds of environments.
So this happens to fall square in my wheelhouse, since we're talking ultimately about heat. Heating and cooling is the big energy driver in buildings.
Absolutely.
And oh, sorry. So this very much falls in my wheelhouse, as I guess me and Arun, the two heat transfer people in the room. So in the built environment, heating and cooling is the main energy load. And in short, we've talked a little bit about the efficiency of these different types of storage technologies. What we haven't talked about is what if a battery is 50% efficient, where's the other 50% go? And the answer is it is always waste heat. It is always some form of heat. Now, the key variable here is what is the temperature at which you get that heat? And so if you've got heat at nominally about 50 degrees Celsius or higher, you can use it for different things in the built environment. So being co-located does allow for some form of combined heat and power applications where there are absorption-based cooling systems where you can use waste heat to deliver air conditioning, and you can also use the waste heat to deliver hot water and heating as well. So I think those hybridization activities offer great opportunities that will only further lower costs.
But who
Yeah.
studies them and tries to divine what difference they would make?
We-
And what
we-
the costs are
We don't
associated with that?
generally focus on them because they won't be strong enough drivers to drive the total deployment as a whole.
But if
They're
you
bonus.
haven't done the analysis,
Oh, we've done enough analysis to know that it won't be a savior. It's an icing on the cake, but it's not the meat of the cake. And so it'd be nice to be able to add it because there's a bunch of extra infrastructure that has to go with it, right? So I could have a bunch of waste heat, but I can't actually deliver it to the building without the building having the infrastructure to utilize the waste heat in the way that I can.
you can have heat pumps.
Right, but even no matter what, the energy has to make it to the final location where you want to deliver it, and that infrastructure doesn't exist. So there's an extra capital cost to either
We should
retrofit.
talk offline because I know people who are doing that.
Okay, sure.
There's one metric on the storage side that's relevant, which is power per acreage. So, so electrochemistry, one of the reasons it's great is because it's power dense. It may be heavy, but it's compact. Right? And so in the case of iron air batteries, for example, the number is 1 to 2 megawatts per acre. You think about the power that it can produce. And that turns out to be very close to a natural gas power plant. Right? And so and it's much denser, power density is much denser, obviously, than either wind or solar. Right? And so that shouldn't be technically a barrier to the kind of integration that you're thinking about if it's going to be batteries.
Thank you.
Brian?
So the foundation of my question comes from our efforts in Connecticut to deploy lithium ion batteries in a battery storage type situation and taking a look at the composition of all the materials in those batteries. And then thinking about the end of life, which is a bit of a scare when you think about all those materials. How are we thinking about the end of life when it comes to these technologies?
Recycle everything. I think it just I think all these technologies are being developed with the idea, you're designing for manufacturing, you're designing for recycling or reuse. So lithium ion specifically, there already is a very rapidly growing recycling technology out there. And, it's actually better if it has enough value that's worth, if there's lithium worth going after, copper worth going after, cobalt worth going after, it's actually helps to propel the recycling activities. Right? Now, recycling, okay. I was going to say at a related point, which is that recycling will not satisfy our rapidly growing demand. It doesn't actually catch up for a couple of decades. But in the meantime, recycling is certainly helps with that supply chain and is profitable. Right?
Paul, do you have any thoughts on that? Any comments?
Yeah, recycling, there's huge efforts underway on lithium ion recycling, obviously from the automotive point of view. So that's currently the kind of key idea there. And obviously the scale up required on that front is going to be mirroring the eventual scale up of annual production as well.
So I'm going to ask Madam Secretary to, give her final thoughts on this. But before I do that, I mean, some of the lessons we learned from this discussion, really enriching discussion, is that scale. It's not whether it works or not. The question is it scalable? And for that, it's a question of whether there's cost, whether there's infrastructure that we can leverage, and whether you could leverage existing supply chains, which will accelerate the scaling. Getting quickly to some kind of even small deployment with smaller modular units to be able to iterate on them and create a learning curve. That's an important way to, to reduce the cost to the target points. I mean, these are the kinds of things that we need to think through. And there doesn't seem to be a clear winner on this, which is not a bad thing because now you have competition. And competition is a good thing within the United States because it's better to have the competition from within than from outside the United States. And so to have those competitive approaches is actually a good thing for the United States to have. And if I were to look at the Department of Energy, kind of nurturing these technologies towards full-scale terawatt-hour deployment, but along the way, now that the Department of Energy is filling the gap between fundamental research, some of the things that you guys saw from coming out of ARPA-E, and Paul has been involved in that, but going beyond that and to create those learning curves, et cetera, on multiple pathways. Does that seem, this is a rhetorical question, but I'm seeing if I'm missing something. Paul, you think? Are we all in violent agreement or is there disagreement? I like disagreement because that's actually is a good.
I've never quite understood the picking winners and losers. I think what the government should do is pick viable competitors.
Yeah.
Just as you're
That's
saying.
right.
You're not picking winners and losers. You're just down selecting to the right number of viable competitors.
I guess
One
maybe
one challenge to this whole, for all the technologies, is offtake agreements.
Yeah.
Trying to simply bid into the merchant market for capacity or energy is not necessarily going to drive the kinds of demands to get us to the scale we need to. So to the degree that we can think about different models, not technology specific, but different models for acquiring storage might be very, very helpful.
Paul, you had some.
I might offer one contrasting view, which is that for technologies that are deployed at large scale with strict cost requirements, maybe we don't expect there to be many of them, right? I mean, we don't have like 5 different fundamental chemistries that go into lithium-ion batteries. The grid is almost totally dominated by turbines, right? Nuclear uses turbines, natural gas uses turbines, coal uses turbines, airplanes use turbines. So the contrasting view of this would be there may only be one because we're not going to scale up 5 or so different supply chains. I don't, personally, I don't want to put my finger on the one that, or 2 maybe. In my mind, maybe there's a technology that kind of does the intraday that relieves some of the automotive pressure on lithium ion, and maybe one or my personal sense is seasonal is going to be hydrogen storage, perhaps. Maybe there's one other one, like something like what Form's doing that could do the 100-hour. But I don't know, like my intuition may be that we only are going to get 1 or 2 because so much is required in terms of capital and everything has to go right to have something that would really have a huge prominent role in the grid of the future. So that's maybe the contrasting view that we can all live in harmony and have multiple shots on goal and things like this. Maybe that's not the nature of this endeavor. And we may end up with just, 1 or 2 potentially new technologies. I also say that in terms of deployment by 2030, lithium ion is currently one that we can use a lot on the grid. And, one version of the future is that lithium ion is a train that has departed. It will be scaled up to the max through automotive. The grid will kind of tack itself on as a few cars in the back, and that will supply a large amount of daily storage needs that will allow, expanded use of wind and solar. Additional decarbonization would happen through natural gas with carbon capture, nuclear, things like this, and maybe if we don't end up with a high renewables grid, the need for some of these longer duration technologies is not as strong. And so that's, I think that's an open question, and it's going to be regional potentially, but that's kind of a few other maybe contrasting views to the kind of high renewables, high long duration storage scale up version of the future.
Thank you, Paul. So what you're saying is that it's not one, but it's not 10 either. It's a few in between, and don't give up on lithium ion. That still has some room, right?
Yeah, that's right. And again, I look at the history of this field. I think as all of us know who studied stationary storage, there have been companies attempting this for 30 years. And I can't think of any really new technology made specifically for grid that's ever been deployed above a gigawatt, right? Like pump storage hydro is basically a hydroelectric plant with the turbines that rotate backwards, right? I wouldn't call this significantly new technology made for grid. And so it's really tough. And I would not be surprised if there's maybe one or two in the future. And yeah, as I say, not 10.
Great. Madam Secretary, your final thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, this is such a great conversation in terms of how we have to think about how we support these technologies too. I mean, to Paul's point, we have a variety of tools. We've got grants. Those are competitive. We do pick winners after peer-reviewed evaluation. So not everybody gets funded. Same thing with LPO. They do a serious vetting process, but they do a vetting process where they're not vetting necessarily. They know which technologies work because we have been in this place, and they're really more vetting the issues of logistics and deployment and what are the barriers to rolling out implementation process. The encouraging thing that I take away from this is that there are a variety of technologies that we know could get us there. We just haven't had the grid scale multi-gigawatt deployment of them yet. And that's what these large scale demonstration funds are about. And I do think that, to Paul's point also, it is important to have some view of the wheat and the chaff, because we are not simply going to be able to fund everything, right? So there has to have been some pilot, some kind of demonstration as we think about how we're deploying our funding. And I will say the tax credits, all technology neutral. They're not even specifying lithium, not lithium. They're just saying we want to see long duration storage. So I'm excited about this. I feel much more bullish than Dr. Henry does about getting to our goal of long duration storage and of 100% clean electricity by 2035. I feel like we got 13 years till 2035. So much can happen in that time. And so I will leave you with that optimistic note. Thank you so much to all of you for this really important, very instructive conversation. And it's really been very helpful for me, and I'm sure for the members of SEAB. Thank you so much.
Let's give them a big round of applause. Thank you really for educating us on long duration storage. I'm going to hand this off to David, and David is going to walk us through some public comments now.
Yes. Yeah. So thank you, Arun. We do have a public comment period right now. We have 4 members of the public who have offered to give public comment. If I have not contacted you and you are interested in giving public comment, please let us know in the chat and we can add you to the list. You will have about 3 minutes each for public comment. When I call your name, please give your name and affiliation if you'd like. And then you'll be given the ability to unmute and turn on your camera if you wish. So our first public comment is from Lawrence Goldenhirsch.
Thank you. I hope everyone can hear me. Thank you, Secretary Granholm, and members of the Secretary of Energy Advisory Board for this opportunity to speak. I'm Larry Goldenhirsch. I'm the president of the Center for Sustainable Energy. We're a 25-year-old mission-driven nonprofit, we state our mission with one word: decarbonize. We have 250 employees
working across 24 states, and our organization generates about $200 million in revenue annually. We specialize in data-driven, software-enabled design and administration of large-scale market transformation incentive programs for clean transportation and the built environment. Today, we manage statewide programs in 8 states with total program value over $4 billion. Our program portfolio includes the largest statewide incentive program for the installation of electric vehicle charging infrastructure and the longest running and largest statewide incentive program for electric vehicles. All of these programs require the collection and analysis of data to ensure that the public is informed of progress and that the program design is optimizing the value gained for each dollar spent. In my comments today, I'd like to highlight the critical importance of collecting data and using it to optimize program performance with an example of how this is being done in the California Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Project, which is a $750 million EV charging incentive program CSE administers on behalf of the California Energy Commission. In connection with the administration of this program, we've developed a scalable data warehouse for EV charging data, deployed the warehouse to the Amazon Web Services framework, defined the data collection requirements, including charger type, location, and interval and session data, streamlined data collection with upload templates, negotiated data provision agreements with relevant network providers, and begun to populate the data warehouse with EV charger equipment information and session data necessary to create the charger usage profiles critical to successful planning and administration. The warehouse also powers a dashboard that shows the aggregated 24/7 load curve, charger reliability, and local grid impacts. Collected nationwide, charger data like the data we are collecting in the Cali VIP program will paint the infrastructure load picture necessary to perform resiliency planning and enable the uptime management critical to the success of the IIJA investment. It can also be used to create charger usage profiles that will allow planners to optimize for availability and servicing of local demand, safeguarding of reliability, and providing resilience. Because these profiles are data-driven, they will evolve with the rapid evolution of charger technology and user sophistication, ensuring evergreen planning capability. This charger data can also be aggregated to power public-facing dashboards that serve public engagement goals by providing charging activity maps and uptime data that will inform the American people on the progress being made towards charger ubiquity and reliability. And also internally facing dashboards that can leverage the same information to ensure compliance with uptime requirements and Justice 40 mandates. These comments are amplified in the comments we filed in connection with this session, and we would be delighted to share any additional detail that might be useful in support of your efforts. Thank you again for your time.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And now Tommy Waller.
Tommy Waller here from the Center for Security Policy, a nonprofit that sponsors the nationwide Secure the Grid Coalition. Madam Secretary, it's good to see you again. Thank you for inviting these public comments. I thankfully have some good news to share today. I just want to go with what Arun mentioned in the very beginning about the infrastructure bill, the Inflation Reduction Act, both being opportunities for what he said was transformational period where we move past research and into solutions. Secretary, you doubled down on that reality. You mentioned the season of implementation, the fact that we need to deploy with those technologies that we've demonstrated. And so I'm pleased to say that we have a technology I'd like to talk about today that has been demonstrated to be workable from the national laboratories to address a significant threat. Secretary, you had talked about the supply chain issues, particularly associated with transformers. And you may remember each one of our quarterly inputs to the board, we've mentioned this issue of our extra high voltage transformers. And what I'd like to highlight are the comments I made 113 days ago, which was during the June meeting, where I provided some written testimony. I put on the front page of my written testimony this time, again, the illustration of the current standard of protection that's established by NERC and approved by FERC for the protection of those extra high voltage, irreplaceable transformers from a threat that we can't really deter. We can deter our adversaries, Russia, China, et cetera, with cyber and physical attacks and even EMP. but we can't deter the sun. And so the harmful ground-induced currents that could be induced into those transformers can catastrophically damage them. We know this to be true. Your national labs have studied it. And unfortunately, the standard established by the industry is transparently defective. The good thing is that there are technologies that can protect it, right? And so what you'll see in my written testimony, the latter half of it in closure, is from a company called Imprimis. Secretary, you mentioned that this transformation would take place really at the leadership of the private sector, funded by the government, but with technologies that have been proven by your national labs. That's exactly the scenario that we have right now. Private sector company with a technology that most recently was assessed at Oak Ridge in 2020 with a study about the effectiveness of neutral ground blocking to prevent those harmful currents. I also want to highlight, even if we didn't lose our transformers every day, the harmonics generated by solar weather that pass through those transformers cause roughly $10 billion in economic damage for the downstream users. So think about all these investments in our grid, the present and future grid being affected by ground-induced currents from the sun that we can prevent. I do want to highlight just briefly, though, that our nonprofit doesn't take a dime from the government, doesn't take a dime from the utility industry or any of these companies that can protect it. We exist solely for the public interest. And we think, Secretary, it is in the public interest to protect the grid from solar weather. We have the technology available to do it. And at a fraction, in fact, 1/3 of 1% of just the infrastructure bill could do it. So I'm happy to help if you have any questions.
Right. Thank you very much. Glenn Rhodes, are you available?
Yes, I am.
Fantastic.
Good to meet you, Secretary Granholm. I want to thank you and your advisory board for allowing the task force, which I am speaking for, to provide comment to help us secure our nation's power security future. As you may not know, I live very close to WAPA here in Lakewood, just a few miles away. So I stay in tune with what they're doing, and also NREL National Labs, which is very close to us as well. The Task Force on National Homeland Security is an official 501c3 congressional advisory board that was established by the MP Congressional Caucus in 2011. So we have about 61 subject matter experts across the nation. We work closely with in fact, in the Secure Grid Coalition. The nation's electrical power grid is the most essential component, obviously, and we have a number of looming threats that we always highlight wherever we go: cyber attacks, directed energy weapons, electromagnetic pulse devices, and geomagnetic storms. Today, we want to address 4 important actions to help promote and secure our energy future. Number 1, remember Executive Order 13865, coordinating national resilience to electromagnetic pulse. Unfortunately, that in 2018, the GAO said that we're still behind. So we just want to encourage the Department of Energy to work more closely on that executive order to move our nation forward. Number 2, we encourage the DOE through its national networks of national labs, clarify, I think, some terms. And I've been recently at talked to some people at Sandia and Oak Ridge National Labs and NREL. And there seems to be a little bit of a confusion between all hazards protection, resiliency, sustainability, and other terms. And so I'm really feeling that we need to talk in the same terms, I guess. All hazards resiliency. What does that really mean? And is there a document or something that can put us all on the same page? Because if we fail to clarify these terms, it really helps. It really hinders our ability to work on solutions. Number 3, high voltage transformers obviously are the backbone of our nation. Recently, our task force broke the national news story of a potential security breach for a foreign-made unit that was destined for Colorado. And so we filed a number of different FOIA requests, and unfortunately, none of the FOIA requests have been released yet. So, Secretary, if you would help us sunlight those FOIA requests for what happened in that transformer in kind of my back door or backyard, I would really appreciate that effort. That would really help to highlight public safety and security and confidence in what we're doing. And then finally, we would really like to ask the Secretary of Energy to possibly look at a DoD task force, and maybe one already exists, comprising of regional transmission organizations, public utilities, power utilities, to really push our nation forward. There, in the efforts that we're looking at, it looks like we just need some incentive for the power utilities to work with DoD experts to highlight some of those security concerns that we feel are lacking. So in closing, we know we've talked about energy storage, and I think the more the energy storage is more palatable when it's decentralized and fractured. It lends to more solutions, I think, overall to different things that happen as well. You know, in comparison to trying to harden or provide a large, you know, storage solution for the bulk power system. And then the last comment, and I promise this is the last one, is we really need to look and work at that energy inequality that we talked about at NREL quite a bit. And I tell everybody, you know, I live in a suburb, so I have access to a gated community and a lot of different things. But I'm very concerned about people in the inner city, and that comment from one of your advisory boards about looking at the solutions for those people in inner cities that are disparaged and they don't live in gated communities. We owe it to them to really press the energy security envelope to envelop them. And thank you very much for being there.
Great. Thank you very much. Mr. Bardeen, if you would just unmute yourself and you can make your comment now.
Thank you.
There you go.
Thank you, David Boric.
All right.
I'm a great fan of Secretary Granholm's, and so I was glad to learn this morning that the Borak family includes similar admirers. And I also
thank you.
And I was also glad to hear Chairman Arun's questions, Secretary, in the middle of the presentation about the security side and the things that are going on in other parts of the world. And she gave a perfect answer. So I'm going to modify what I was going to say. I appreciate the chance to appear before you, Secretary Granholm, Arun, and members of the board. My subject in past appearances has been specific threats and specific vulnerabilities. But today I want to talk more about a process, a technique by which I think the secretary and people who are responsive to her, she can't do it by herself, even she can't do it by herself, but I think she can instigate the process because of the great respect in which she is held and the great concern she has and the views she has of the world. I call it scrimmaging. On team sports, a coach will commonly divide the team into two parts, the attacking and defending part, and set them working against each other to see what you can learn from that. And there's two advantages of scrimmaging. One is you see what plays are working and what aren't. But two, sometimes you have a creative moment. That's something that nobody thought of before gets thought of in the course of scrimmaging. And that's what I think we should be looking for. And that's what I urge the secretary to instigate. Now, I said instigate because while some of the partners in this kind of scrimmaging would undoubtedly be components of the Department of Energy, they're not all components, but you have the wherewithal and the know-how and the skills to deal with this on a partnership basis. Now, what do I mean? I mean that you have to, I think, to be effective, this process on dealing with the security, so that as we deal with all of the other fascinating issues that this board discussed during today, some resolved, some way far from resolved, that we protect ourselves against enemies, adversaries, threats of various kinds, natural ones like Tommy Waller just mentioned, but also very malign ones, as we're seeing played out in very ominous developments in different parts of the world today. I think what you need to do is to choose an area in which we may be underprotected And not to assume that we know exactly the amount of underprotection, to take a scenario or a set of scenarios which are on the extreme side. That pushes the effort in the scrimmage to deal with really tough issues. And if you, Madam Secretary, or you and other people in the administration can set something like that in motion, I would like to contribute and bring to you an engineer whom I regard as a kind of a Mozart, a man with real imagination, a great love, patriotic love for this country, of which he's a naturalized citizen. And let him help you define some extreme scrimmaging issues. I don't know whom to bring that to, but I'm raising it to you, and you let me know through Mr. Borak how to do it, and we'll come and give you the benefit of our thinking. I think there's something you can do to help protect us from our enemies, from various contingencies, and in the process, probably learn something additional, which will be useful, valuable. And by the way, I don't think I'm the only one who has something like that to offer. I think there are other people who have communicated with Chairman Arun who have similar things to offer, where the more extreme interpretation of what we're facing has not been treated conventionally as something we have to worry about. I think if we worry about the more extreme, we'll deal with others. So thank you very much for this opportunity to speak once more as a public participant. And again, I do admire the secretary and the board for having public participants all together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Arun, I think that's all for public comment.
Thank you to the public for public comments. This is very important. Before we end, let me give. Thank you, Madam Secretary, for reminding. Thank you to the public for your comments. This is a very important piece of the SEAB meeting to hear from the public, and we heard them today. Glenn Rhodes, David Bardeen, Tommy Waller, and Lawrence Goldenhirsch. Appreciate that. We're coming to an end, but before we end, let me offer Secretary Granholm to say some final words to all of us, to SEAB members and to the public.
Nothing further to say other than thank you all for taking the time out of your incredibly busy schedules, because you're also very important. Thank you to the public members who spoke, who took time out of their day as well to listen and to contribute in your way. I just can't tell you how much I appreciate, our team appreciates the opportunity to get the benefit of your wisdom and your guidance and your candid feedback, super important. And we don't often get a chance to sit and think through some of these key issues because we're going a million miles an hour all the time. So this gives such a gift to us, to the department, certainly to me. And therefore, by extension, you are giving a gift, I think, to the citizens of this country, the people of this country. So thank you so much for your service. Arun, back to you.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. And I want to thank the speakers today for educating us, enlightening us about issues related to storage, and to all the other speakers who came and talked about the grid. I want to thank the members of the Oak Ridge staff. They're here in the back of the room for managing and helping us, for hosting us out here. And finally, I want to thank my dear friend Karen and Oriana and David Borak, and please give our regards to your parents. Let's end with that. We appreciate it.